Okay, here we go. Okay, let's get this shit together here. All right, let's close up the back of the forge. Nice. Please fit in here. Ooh, feels much better. All right, here we go. Let's get a couple junk spikes. That's really junk. Oh man, it's just crooked. Okay. Cool. Got some tools. Another table. You know what? It'll work. Okay. You know what? It's chilly as hell down here. I need the forge. I need this forge now. Okay. Let me make sure everything's running. Make sure we're on every available system. Hey, live on YouTube. Cool. Nice. Perfect. How about Facebook? Are we live there? We are. Are we live on Facebook? We are live now. Cool. All right. We are on all three platforms. If you're out there and you want to say hello, feel free to drop a line in the chat. Should show up right on the video. Actually, I got to type something in real quick. We got plenty of time here. Okay, let's hope that worked. This is much more comfortable. Yeah, I actually like that. That feels much better on my hands. Grab a couple more of these. What else we got over here? Work. That'll work. That'll work. Yeah, these will do. Yeah. I'm not going to turn the fan on yet. Let it warm up a little bit in here first. Ugh, stinks. Rusty shit. Oh, God. Hitting this rusty metal just reeks. Ugh. Oh. Put away my tea from yesterday. Oh, hey there, goblins. How are you doing this evening? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're enjoying the channel. If you do have any questions for me, please feel free, let me know. I'm more than happy to answer anything you'd like to know. Tonight I'm trying something a little different. I currently have 2 knives that are waiting to be ground, and I'm out of I'm out of belts. I'm out of belts till Christmas, so I'm kind of waiting on that. So instead of doing some knives, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try to pretend to be a blacksmith for once, and I'm going to try to make a bottle opener out of a railroad spike knife. So trying something a little bit different today. I like to try to experiment down here. I've only been doing this since about March, and if there is any delay, I apologize, but you'll see on the video, if you see when you see the chat pop up, that's usually when I can respond. So yeah, so that's what I'm basically trying to do. I don't know how well it's going to go. I'm trying to do some things for the first time, but like I said, since I've only been doing this since about March, I'm learning all the time, trying to do new stuff, so trying to move metal in one way or another is always an interesting process. To be totally honest, I've never even made a bottle opener before. If I said bottle stopper, I apologize. I may have said that, but I'm trying to make a bottle opener from this, so I just have to work the steel out. So it's worth a shot. I'm going to have some fun tonight, so, you know, hang out. Feel free to chat away. I do like getting to meet people from all over. If you haven't yet, please subscribe so you'll see when I go live. Trying to keep a regular-ish schedule. I usually like to stream on Tuesday and Thursday nights, but I've been trying to add new days in there. So you know, every once in a while I can get on there, but you know, I'm learning. So you know, I've learned with a lot of people through Twitch and YouTube, and I really just enjoy getting to make stuff. So that's what I'm doing down here. I've got a few knives that I've made that are done and for sale. And I'm always trying to crank out new product and learn new stuff so that, you know, I want to learn the different aspects, every little thing. So each knife I try to do something different. My first few knives were just basically I just did handle wraps with paracord, so I didn't have to, you know, worry about A, learning how to make a knife, B, learning how to put a handle on a knife. It's kind of overwhelming when you try to learn all that all at once. Alright, let's widen this sucker out. I'll show you a few of the pieces I've done since I started. So far we've done, we have a little mahogany handled chopper, a little cleaver, good for the kitchen, good for going through bones. This is made of like a 1065 spring steel. It's basically a rail anchor. It's what I've made all of my knives out of mostly. It's a good material, gets nice and hard, really sharp. Except for this one, this was a little Tonto with a red oak handle that we did out of a chipping gun, like a chipping gun bit. And this isn't too bad, it's nice and sharp. Kind of fun, just something to kick around with, so I was having some fun with this. But just a couple little toys I've been making. Trying to get myself a nice even piece of steel here to start going through with the punch. I think there's enough metal there, so I'm gonna try to heat this up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rest it on here over the hole and try to hammer this in and start working a hole, working it open. Actually, I saw the last one had a little bit more of a split. I don't have that wide of a piece. Actually, it might not be too bad if I go this way. Okay. So I'm going to try to work this chipping chisel through the steel. So I'll work this down, and then I'll start punching through it with. Actually, this is probably perfect for it, but it's a lug wrench. I don't know if I can hammer it. I don't know how this would work. I think it might work. Because if I can hammer on the back of this will just push straight through and round it out at the same time. So this might be the tool I need. So this ought to end well, or bad. I don't know. We're gonna see. See, this is what I knew was going to happen, is it's going to jump. Yep, there she goes. Watch the feet. So, this is the problem with not having either A, an extra set of hands down here, or a hardy hole tool for this. Well, you know what? I've heard these do some, you can use these for that, so let's try doing that. So I've heard you can use a chain, pull some chain, and drape said chain over the project, and then stand on the chain. So, and that'll hold it down, so I can use it like an extra set of hands. So, little things I'm trying to learn here, a little bit at a time. It's going to be interesting trying to get it to go in there while I'm holding a hot piece of steel. That's going to be fun. Get a hot piece of steel underneath of this. Yeah, this is safe. Yeah, something tells me this ain't gonna work, but we're gonna try it anyway. Actually, it's working. Somehow. Okay. Alright. I think I'm getting the hang of it. Like I said, I'm learning on the fly here. So, I need to bring this around here a little bit more. So I need to hold it over this hole so when the chisel actually goes through, it goes through that hole. So I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm learning. I'm trying. There's a lot going on here all at once. I'm no pro. I'll be the first to tell you that. I need to make more friends. Where the hell are you going? Don't slide off. Alright, well, I gotta straighten it a little bit, but it's starting to work. Excuse me for 1 second. I got to get this fan started on the other side of the room here. All right. There we go. It doesn't need to be totally open. Sorry about that, I am back. Okay. A little more time consuming doing this, but I may actually have a friend coming over to help me soon, so that could be good. Excuse me 1 second. Somebody's trying to message me on my phone. Spike is not making my day easy here. All right, I gotta flatten this out a little bit. It's starting to get a little unwieldy here. Gotta get this back to some kind of shape that we can work with. All right, throw this back in. Excuse me, I'm still shaking a bit of a cough too. Trying to deal with this from a nasty cold earlier in the season. This isn't working too badly. I think if I wrap this around the other way, it would help where I'm trying to hammer, but this isn't doing too bad. Live and learn here. Live and learn. It's very hard swinging this high over my body. Cool, there's a hole. Yay! Get in there. Yeah, baby, we're moving up. No, actually not trying to do hot cuts. And also, if you could tell me if it's working, Wisdom, if the title of my video is what I hope it is, I tried to tell it that I'm attempting a rail spike bottle opener. That should be my title. If it's not, well, that feature doesn't work. But yeah, I'm trying to punch this puppy open. I'm gonna try to make a bottle opener on the end of a railroad spike today. So I'm having too much fun doing stuff. It's actually kind of nice to not have to go back and forth between hammer knife, grind knife. So I thought I would mix it up today. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to try something different. So I'm going to make the rail spike bottle opener. Well, I'm going to attempt a rail spike bottle opener. Because again, I'm not much of a blacksmith yet. So I'm basically just trying to learn as I go. Shit, hammer down. Come on, get in there. Yeah, this chain method isn't the greatest either. I'm not a big fan of this. right, well, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good opening there. And this thing ain't very hard. Found that out. Speak single? What do you mean, goblins? I'm a little unsure what you mean there. Oof. Straighten this out a little bit. Oh, no, I appreciate it, Wisdom. Thanks for hopping in. Probably going to just try to hang out for a while tonight. We'll see how long I should be here, but hopefully a while tonight, so it's always good seeing you. I'll be here, I hope. Really wish this shit would work. Oh, you know what? I think I tried to update it after I was streaming, after I started. I don't think I can do it while I'm streaming. That might have been my problem. Oh well, whatever. No bother. Hold this baby. How many knives have I made? Well, I've made maybe about 10, if I don't count my railroad spikes. Most of them were all just trial and error things, so I don't really count them. God damn it. So, I mean, I made about, I don't know if it's even 10. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are upstairs. So 7 real finished blades, some pretty finished rail spikes. But I haven't been doing this too long. So, like I said, I started in March. I took a couple months off in the fall to play baseball. Oh man, this thing is not hard at all. I don't know if this is heat treatable or what, but I might have to heat treat this. Yeah, it's what batteries? For what? Sure. Let me do this. Let me do this heat, and I'll show you a couple of the other blades that are over here. Just let me hit this thing up here and try to make a little bit of progress on this thing here. This isn't going to work. This is annoying. There we go. Hey, look at that. I made a hole. Oh, cool. That's neat. All right, let that cool off. So some of the blades I've made, besides the other two I showed a little earlier, I have a small. This is actually the first one I put a wooden handle on. So I did the mahogany handle again, and I did a little bit of a clip point blade. Blued the steel to keep it from rusting. Same as the chopper. The two that are upstairs are actually sold, so I don't want to bring them down here into the humidity and stuff. This is the big chopper I made. This is the first real big blade I made. It's about 14 inches. Good hardened steel. Hard enough and strong enough to cut through a baseball in one swing, which this did, and still sharp enough to do this. Oop. Actually, maybe it needs a little bit of a touch up, but it's pretty sharp normally. Oh yeah, there's some burrs on the edge. I think I've been picking it up and putting it down too many times, so I think I need to resharpen it because I keep picking it up and putting it down over here. So I keep banging it on stuff. So I gotta kind of take care of it a little bit. I haven't. It's probably not stropped either very well. But yeah, there's a few of them. So no, it would be the chopper of the knife kind. So unfortunately, my program that I'm using did not allow me to change the stream title once I started streaming. So I apologize for that. I'm actually working on a railroad spike bottle opener today. So that's going to be fun, I hope. So I'm trying something different. I do apologize because I've never done this before. So I don't know how well or poorly this is going to go today. So you guys are all along for the ride on this one. So I'm not terribly used to using the anvil horn, so I'm going to be using that a whole lot today as I learn how to stretch and put a big old circle in this thing. So I'm trying a lot of new stuff out today. So thank you guys really all for joining me. This is the chopper that is referred to. So this is what was going on yesterday. No, it's actually, that's a very good question, and I'll answer. This is the chopper you were referring to, by the way. So this is all going to get cut off here, but that is the competition chopper style blade I'm working on. It's for two reasons, actually. The chain is kind of holding it down because it's not the heaviest anvil, so this kind of keeps it from wiggling away, which does happen. It'll kind of like wiggle in place, but it also quiets it down. So you kind of hear this noise, and it just sounds like pink, pink, pink. But if I didn't have that on there, it would just be ping, ping. It would just really, really ring. It doesn't make for very good streaming. It just, it's loud, it's obnoxious. Nobody really wants to deal with that. So, what's also obnoxious? This goddamn rail spike does not want to get into my tongs. There we go. So I've never really used the horn on the anvil other than bending things. Yeah, it really does. It does. It likes to walk. The anvil, and it's saying this is only like 110 pounds. So hammering on it, it just, without that, it likes to like kind of crawl its way across the bench like this. I've got some 1-bys right here to kind of hold it, but it might, but it tends to wander closer, and it's just, it's just something to keep it from doing that. Although you'll still see me come over and nudge it a little bit. Yeah, it is a home basement. No, that's exactly what it is. I am in my basement. I'm not hiding that. But I do have ventilation coming in from off camera, because otherwise a propane forge would suck most of the oxygen out of the air. So the fan pumps air in from a door over there, so I have fresh air, so I don't die. And I have a fire extinguisher tucked right about there, so if anything does give me an issue, I've got that. So I've got a lot of things covered. But yes, I am in my basement. And it cools off quick. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for since March, so about 9 months. But yeah, air quality was my primary concern. There's not a lot of stuff that really causes any real air problems. Welding is an issue, so I do try to really power the fan up and put it a lot closer just to move the air off me. I've only tried welding for a little bit, but I'm looking very soon to start expanding into Damascus and stuff, so canister, pattern welding stuff, that's going to all kind of come up real soon. So probably in the next month or two, I think. Probably going to try doing some canister welds. Sooner or later, I'll have my new grinder, so that's the big thing. That'll be a really happy day for sure. So, but yeah, I try to do this down here every Tuesday and Thursday at least, if not more. So. No, it's propane. It's a high pressure propane regulator, basically just coming off of a barbecue grill. So a barbecue grill tank. The high pressure regulator belts the propane in. The forge, which you can see a little piece of here, is just basically forge brick, fire brick, whatever they want to call it, which handles up to about 2,800 degrees, and that's pretty much it. It's a pretty simple thing to set up, and the beauty is because I do this late at night, you know, and I can't really be waking up my neighbors and stuff. You know, the issue becomes, well, if I had a coal forge, I would have to go outside. I mean, coal would be cool. You know, coal has some bonuses for sure, but I can't do this outside. I don't have a shed or a garage big enough. I don't have any of those, to be honest, and I can't really build one because there's some water issues here, blah, 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 stuff you don't want to hear about, but it, you know, there's just some stuff like that I can't deal with, so I do it in my basement. I wanted to make do because I really wanted to just do it, you know? It was one of those situations where it was like, if you want to do it bad enough, just do it. So, well, that's true, you know? It's, you gotta, when you want to do something bad enough, you'll do what you can to do it. You know, I really wanted to try it. I really wanted to learn how to do this. I've seen so many shows. I already basically have a wood shop down here. There's a little lathe right here. There's a bandsaw right about there-ish, if you can see that. There's a drill press. I've been doing some woodworking. RAR Chevette, welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the stream. But you know, I have a wood shop already, so, you know, those things are, you know, those things have kind of helped me along. So turning this into a forge was just kind of another step. You know, I still get to do, I have a bandsaw back there which helps me a lot with wood handles and cutting things. So, yeah, all that good stuff. So, and Chevette, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop a line in the chat. I love getting to talk with all my viewers. Yeah, well, it was capitalized, so I figured there was a reason for that. If you're just hopping in, I am trying to make a bottle opener on a railroad spike. I don't know how well this is going to go. It's already going kind of weird, but I'm trying. So for the first thing is I've never actually drifted a hole in something, so this is the first time I've put a hole in a thing. So that's kind of cool. So I'm kind of a budding learning smith, so I do different things, you know, to try to learn new talents and make new stuff, and give you guys something fun to watch as I try not to burn myself. Yeah, and I figured it out. Yeah, about 9 months, actually. I've only been at it since March. The reason it looks like that is actually a very interesting aspect. If you notice that if you, like, take a remote control and point it at, like, a video camera like this, you'll notice that the remote control, like an old one especially, how it has the IR, you'll actually see the light that you can't see, you and I can't see. So that extra infrared that's coming off of that, glows in a color that you guys can see through the camera and I can see on the preview, but you can't really see that. So it's an actually interesting thing. I mean, when you pull something out of there and it looks like a lightsaber, it's pretty damn cool. But unfortunately, I had a friend come over who had seen my streams and wanted to make something. He came over and was like, "Oh man, that's going to be so cool." And he thought it was going to look like that. He's like, "Oh, it doesn't look like it does on the stream." And I'm like, "No, sorry, it does not look like it does on the stream. I'm sorry." But I've been at this about 9 months. I started in March. I put all this stuff together. I took a few months off so I could play baseball in the fall. And since then, I just want to make stuff and make knives. So I'll pull out a couple of what I got back here in a second. During the next heat, I'll pull out some of the stuff I've got. This is probably going to take longer than I wanted to, but I'm still learning how to move this stuff, which is kind of a weird... I did see a video today that I watched, but my horn is not the greatest. I could go for a vertical horn, which would be nice, which would go in here, and I could hammer down around that, and that would make things a lot easier, but I'm getting it... It's actually pretty big. I'm surprised I got it this big, but... Again, I've never done this before, so... yeah, I do. I play, I try to. I mean, being 37, my options are a little limited. But, right, exactly. But, yeah, I was a baseball pitcher in a men's league, so I still am. I manage the team, so I can pitch if I want. But I stopped forging because I thought, I don't want to hurt myself. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to hurt myself. And I was like, I was throwing a lot of innings. I didn't want to, do anything stupid. Well, the funny thing is I stopped forging, and this was like my major workout. So this is where I got all the strength in my arms. And then I realized that my bat speed and my arms started to suffer because I wasn't in the forge as much. So come the end of the season, I kind of got back in and started hammering again so I could get the strength back. But it's it's something to keep busy. I'll be playing again in the spring, but I'm definitely not going to stop streaming for sure. So, but I love doing this. I love getting to chat with all the people on Twitch. That's been a lot of fun. You guys have made this so much more interesting than just me talking to myself in my basement. So I really thank all you guys who come out here and check this out on Twitch or whatever platform. I know we're on some different platforms today. So, thank you for coming out and checking this out. It means a lot to me that you guys come out and hang out with me. So, basically, I'm trying to widen this out. Oh, I say that a lot. It's definitely something I say because really, if it wasn't just me, it's just a crazy guy talking to himself. That's it. So, but yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to widen this out. Once I get a little bit wider, I probably should go get a bottle from upstairs. So once I widen this out enough, it's getting closer. Considering the fact that I started by pushing this thing through, which, I pushed that to the circle part. So if I could show you there, I widened it that much from what it was. So, I'm learning. This is something new for me. Hell, I'll make 3 of these tonight. I'm gonna, figure it's something cool to sell. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. All you guys, Chevette, it's cool to have you. Welcome, please come back. I do try to stream every Tuesday and Thursday. I add some bonus streams in there every once in a while, so make sure your notifications are on so you know if I go live. Because I may be like, I feel like streaming on a Monday, so I do. I'm, trying to get into the weekends and stuff, and I won't be streaming this coming Tuesday because it's Christmas Eve. Whatever, sorry, I got family stuff. Real life's getting in the way. But, but I will be back on Thursday, next Thursday, and I will have belts. So you guys are going to get to see me try to grind these 2 blades into knives to some extent. So they still need to be ground to shape, heat treated, and then finished ground and sharpened and all that. So, there's a lot of process. It's not all just hammering steel, unfortunately. So probably Thursday I'll be down here trying to do some hammering. Maybe a little bit of hammering, but mostly grinding now that I'll have belts again. I made the mistake of asking for belts for Christmas when my belts were already dangerously low. So now I'm waiting for belts to show up for Christmas. Oops. I don't know how wide this has to be. It's got to be bigger. Well, if somebody donated enough money and wanted a sword, they could get a sword. But sadly, there is no king. It is just me in my basement. I am the peasant. So I am the peasant and the king. It does. It moves a little bit. It hasn't like moved a lot. It probably shakes, but it's not really moving. It is still locked where it was. I can see the. It's up against something behind here. So. Yeah, well, stone, probably not. I think stone would break from the impact. Stone doesn't really do good with impact force. So if it got hit by something, especially a hammer, I would really worry about it breaking. So the thing, I just need something a little bit lower. I'm even thinking of just welding something at some point with tube steel. Just making like a welded thing. But I need to drop the anvil maybe 6 inches because I really should be hitting it. Instead of here, I should be hitting it like here. So I need to drop it almost the entire height of the anvil. But again, the getting started on a budget, I basically went to Harbor Freight, found a table that I could put an anvil on. I found said table, bought said table, you know. No, I'm not really that tall. I'm only about 5'10", 5'11" on a good day. So I'm not too tall. Kind of average. It's getting there. It's getting wider. This is actually like my first, like, blacksmithing. Like, I know it's like, well, you're working on an anvil, you're kind of blacksmithing, but I mostly just do knife making. So this is kind of like the first time I'm really like blacksmithing, like trying to shape metal differently. I was never really, I don't, like some people look at these and they know how to use all these particular parts of the anvil and, you know, and what they're all good for. And that's like the blacksmithing part. But for me, it's basically I can take a piece of metal, you know, so the pieces that I'm cutting them from, they're these big squiggly things about, well, that's not even that thick. They start out pretty thick. And, you know, I straighten them and flatten them and hammer them and shape them. This hasn't used any grinder on it or anything. And I've gotten it to this shape. But that's about all I know how to do. Making holes in things and doing the things like blacksmiths do and putting, you know, cool curves and shapes. Like I can, you know, I'm not any good with that. No, my wife is off to school. No, she's, my wife is off at school. She's in class Tuesdays and Thursdays. And she's approved this whole nest. So I'm doing this with her blessing because she knows it keeps me busy and I love working with my hands. So she doesn't mind terribly that I do this. Ah, shit. She may show up at some point during this and pop up and pop her head in here. No, I do work full time. This is just a hobby. A little extra money and something to keep me entertained. You know, the streaming part is fun because it gives me a place to outlet, to sell things, to get potential customers. So the streaming's great for that. You know, otherwise I gotta like go to craft shows. Would I like to? I don't know. It's hard to say. If I had, okay, I would do it full time if I worked in like somebody's, like in a business that does it, if that makes sense. I don't know if I would want to go full time for myself, but I would love to have a chance to work in a shop, you know, and still like, and work and make things and still have a normal living. Because, you know, making the blades, I would have to go out, I would have to do shows all the time and Ren fairs and travel, and I don't see my wife enough as it is. Doing that would just kill it. Yeah, that's what I mean, because I've always told myself I don't think I'd ever want to be self-employed. My cousin runs his own restaurant in Delhi, and if you tune in every so often, I'll end up sharpening his knives down here on the grinder. But he runs his own restaurant, and when I hear him dealing with, you know, all that stuff, it's like, you know, dealing with just, I think the stress of never knowing whether your next paycheck is going to be there, or, you know, how, you know, that's something that scares the hell out of me. I know that can be with any job, but, you know, if you're working with a regular company and you're not your own boss, I guess it doesn't feel like it happens. It doesn't feel like it's as much of a worry. So, you know, that's about the only thing, you know. All right, so this is a little off-centered, but otherwise it's not bad. Try to shape it a little bit here. All right, throw her back in the heat. Yeah, I mean, you could. There's, in an area like that, yeah. I mean, I think because handcrafted in European countries and stuff, it really goes so much farther. There's a few people from the Netherlands area and stuff like that that watch my stream. There's a couple great crafters out there. Wogel Crafts is a great crafter. He does a lot over there. But I know most of his work, he does a lot of like actual blacksmithing. And, you know, he just enjoys it. It's popular, but I don't think it's as appreciated on as wide of a scale as it is over there in Europe and stuff like that, or basically anywhere else. Because if I made a knife and I put a lot of work into it and I said, okay, it costs X, so many people are just like, well, I can get something that's, you know, a quarter of the price, but they don't understand like what goes into something like that. They don't know how much better it might be, especially when it comes to things like knives, like swords and stuff, you know, people like that. But, you know, I'm enjoying doing kitchen knives and stuff like that because there's so much more, you know, there's so much more of a market for it. So I definitely want to, you know, I want to do that more than just the swords and stuff. I mean, the swords are fun. Don't get me wrong, the swords are great, but I don't think it's where the money's at. Not for me, unless I'm just going to do Ren fairs and things like that. I just don't think it would be there. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, some people do know it's worth it, but I think that the thing is, I having a full-time job, it kind of stops me from wanting to go out and do shows and, do craft shows. And I used to do that with the woodworking stuff, and doing the pens and bottle stoppers and things like that. It's a lot of fun. People really appreciate it. But the issue you just have is it does suck up a lot of your time. And, to sit down here and do this enough is one thing, but, to take more time from my wife and family and other things. If I started doing that, I couldn't play baseball. If I was doing craft shows and stuff, I'd never be able to play baseball. So things like that I would have to give up on. And that's why, like I said, if I could do it as, part of a company that does it, and work with them, and there's some great companies that just do nothing but forging, and they do all that stuff. I'd love it. So nice. Yeah, exactly. And it's a good handmade piece, and that's what some people like. That's a good hand-me-down. But a lot of times over here, especially here, people don't know. People in the United States, it's unless they're a chef, most people in the United States don't know what to do with a knife. They don't know how to handle them. They don't know what makes a good one and what makes a bad one. They don't know what makes one sharp. Oh, shit, man. I should put on fucking long sleeves. All right, I don't know if this is big enough yet. I don't know. It feels like it is. This thing seems like it's big enough to turn into a bottle stopper or a bottle opener. So, I don't know. Should I go bigger? It's starting to get a little thin on the right side. I'm glad I left as much metal on there as I did. It's actually perfect where I did it. I probably should have taken a picture. Kind of funny, I got it right on my first shot. Well, I don't know if yeah, I guess it can be too big, can it? Because then it won't catch on the other side. I guess it's probably better to err on the side of small, because I've seen a lot of bottle openers that aren't terribly big. Now I need to go get a bottle. Excuse me a moment. I'm going to go upstairs and get a bottle. That gets all the forge scale crap off my feet before I track it up into the upstairs. You should still be able to hear me, too. It's a really good receiver on this thing. All right. Okie dokie. I got a bottle. No, some do, some don't. No, if I was going to go to the toilet, I would hit the mic button. I'm smart enough to know that. See, at any point in time, if I feel like it, no, that's just a Mike's Hard Lemonade. I don't even drink, to be honest with you, so that was something from a party somebody left here. But if I want to say something, see, and y'all can't hear a thing, so. So if I did have to take a pee break, I would be smart about it. Especially as I work longer down here, and that tea starts to get a little thinner as I start to work it down. All right, so I'm going to work this a little bit farther up. I think this is about big enough. Yeah, that's pretty big. Okay, cool. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to flatten the top part of it. That's the easy part. I'm going to flatten the top part on the next heat so that it's kind of, I can push this down a little bit. Oh no, this is not durable, fancy, or anything. This is again from a hardware store. This apron cost me all $25. Not very expensive. So I will test it on the cap. I have to wait for it to cool down once I do, but I'm gonna flatten the top down. So, well, yeah, I did add this little logo on here. If you watch Forged in Fire, if you've seen Doug Marcaida, he does sell these little emblems. And it's a phoenix, and I have a big phoenix tattoo on my back. So I wanted to buy one because, why not? But yeah, I haven't done anything really overly expensive here. Most of the equipment I have to stream is the most expensive part of this. The receiver for this thing, but a friend gave that to me. I have my soundboard and my computer. All that stuff is where that's the expense. Okay, let's hold this tight. See, it's starting to look like a bottle opener. Yeah, this one was about $300. It's not new. This anvil's actually from the late 1800s, so she's not very new. So I didn't buy a new one. But old steel's good steel, so I think I got a really good deal on this anvil, so that kind of helped. Well, if anybody wants to chat, they know the deal. Feel free, pipe up whenever you want. I don't mind. Wherever you're coming from, if you're watching on Facebook, YouTube, anywhere, feel free, drop a line in the chat. It seems like most people are on Twitch right now. I am just drinking an iced tea at the moment. It says it really big on there, but I'm going to turn this label around because I'm not sponsored. But yeah, just iced tea. Hey, Daniel, you've been lurking. Daniel's one of my regular lurkers. So, whoops. Trying something different today, Daniel. We're trying a bottle opener today. So we got a bottle opener on a railroad spike. It's starting to come out. I'm going to try to size it up a little bit here. I think I need to squish it a little more. I actually made it maybe a little too big, so I need to squish it a wee bit more. So, yeah, if you haven't subscribed yet, by the way, Stingfinity, please make sure, followed. If you haven't followed yet, don't worry about subscribing. I'm not going to be an affiliate for very much longer. So, but do feel free to follow so you are sure when I do get to... Right, oh yeah, you have to round it first, then then you flatten it. So this is what I saw in the video, anyway. This is from what I learned in the video. But you take it round because the anvil horn's round, and once you get it round, then you flatten that top to get that shape. So I just had to make sure I got it big enough to have enough of that, and now I can kind of flatten it a little bit more. It just needed a little bit more because I think it was a little too big. And then I'm going to hammer the tab into the into there that would, that catches the cap. It's funny that I'm making bottle openers and I don't even drink. I'm being a little neurotic with this. I'm probably going a little over with this. I could probably just do this a lot quicker, but any last words? How have you been? I haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're doing all right. Sorry, I missed the chat there for a second. Oh, okay. Understandable. Well, I understand it happens. You know, it's nice having people come back every so often. That's what kind of helps me build this up, you know? Hey, Matt's here too. What's going on, guys? Everybody's hanging out. Oh, nice. New PC. Always fun. Hope everybody's doing good, though. Yeah, but there's not a lot of sodas around here in America that come with Pop Tops. Matt, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I appreciate the cheer, Matt. Unfortunately, it might fall on deaf ears. Save it. I'm getting rid of my affiliate status. I appreciate it, though. But my affiliate status is going to be going away very soon. So, unfortunately. And sadly, well, you can't multi-stream. You can't restream as an affiliate. So I want to stream live to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch, and I can't do that. So sadly, I don't mind getting rid of my affiliate status. It hasn't been proving to be having enough money in it to really make me say, like, oh, I really got to stay. So I'm not that worried about it. But it's fine. So I'm not really, I'll be okay with it. I don't mind. I just want to, you know, I want to reach out to more people. I love you guys here on Twitch. I absolutely do. Twitch has been great. But I need to also broaden my horizons and just, I think having, yeah, exactly, that too. But the issue is that I don't have, you know, there's just not a big enough community for makers on Twitch. And that's kind of the problem that I have. If it was a bigger community, I'd be all about it. But without that, it just kind of makes it, man, I need something a little more round. Without that, it's kind of tough to really, oh, hey, Sting, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you soon. Maybe come back. I will. I hope to see you around. Really, do come back sometime, please. I appreciate it. I gotta get a tool here. I don't know if I have the right tool. What's this? I can make a tool. Oh, I need a grinder for that. I don't have a grinder. All right, so we're gonna have to wing this here. I don't have something rounded enough. I need something with like a rounded head. Actually, this looks pretty good. Let me bang this on the anvil a couple times. This might work. Now, this thing is not terribly hard. I'm overheating my steel. I gotta pull it out. All right, stay here a minute, steel. Okay, so I don't have, I'm trying to find something to do this with, but the problem is I don't have a tool of the right shape. I basically need one of these chisels, but I need it a little bit more round. Well, you know what? Let's make it a little more round. All right, you. God damn it. Stupid. Okay, cool. Stay warm. There we go. So, hope everybody else is doing all right. I'm glad everybody's hanging around. Good to see you, Matt, as always. But yeah, I do want to stream on the multiple platforms, and as an affiliate, you can't do that. So I just think it'll get me bigger because they don't have enough. I don't think they have enough for the makers as they should. What is this? Oh, that's whatever. Sorry, dealing with my emails and shit here. I gotta remember to change my stream information before I start next time. Okay, this is getting hot. All right. Burning all the damn rust off this thing. Okay. If you are out there watching, though, please feel free, drop a line in the chat. Love getting to hear from everybody. Love getting to know who's out there. If you have any questions also, don't hesitate to ask. You're wondering why I'm doing whatever the hell I'm doing. It's probably a good question. And a fair one. Okay. This looks wider. What the hell am I doing? I am reshaping this tool so that I can use it to do what I want to do. I don't know how long you've been here, but I am making a bottle opener right now. So, making said bottle opener requires one last piece. So I have basically the bottle opener shape, minus a few bits here, which I got to straighten it back out since I dropped it on the ground like an idiot. What the hell is squeaking? Okay, well, that's done. I think it was the anvil squeaking on something. So I've got this, but the only thing that's missing is the little lip on the inside of it. So I need to do that, and unfortunately I don't have a tool to do that. So I'm going to take this tool and I'm going to harden it once I reshaped it. I think I want to grind it a little bit first, but I can't really do that. So yeah, I know it looks a little weird. Fair enough. Perfect. Let's heat it up to quenching temperature and then drop it in there. So yeah, a lot of weird stuff I'm doing lately. I'm trying to branch out, do more stuff. I've had this urge to kind of blacksmith more, so that's been something I've been doing. I don't know why, but I've just had this overwhelming urge to just shape metal, so I'm doing that more. It's fun. All right. A little bit more fire than usual. I don't even know if this stuff will harden up. I hope. It didn't crack or anything. That's good. It really only hardened the tip. The rest of it should be, I didn't really heat it the whole way through, so that should be good. It's a rusty piece of shit. It's kind of hard. Ah, God. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. I don't know why it didn't play. Or maybe it plays on Twitch. I didn't get the notification. I don't know if that's you again, Matt. I thought I turned off Anonymous sounds. I'm just a little upset that I am going to get rid of my my affiliate status. I'm a little sad about that, but I think to be able to put my stuff on YouTube and everything is going to be, you know, is going to be a huge change for me. So to be able to reach out to more people. All right, now, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. Actually, you know what? I can't even do this because I got to cool this thing off all the way. Let me switch this, cool off the other end. I don't want to accidentally bump or touch this thing while I'm trying to do this and cook myself. It's a good way to get rid of the rust, though. Cool. Any heat still left in there? Let's go. Oh, okay. Only heat left is in my tongs, so that's good. All right. Let me double check with this lovely thing from Echelon here. 100 degrees. All right, put it back in one more time. Just make sure. Make 100% sure I don't burn myself. 100 degrees ain't too bad, but... Okay. All right, I don't know how well this is going to work, since I've never actually, like, put this type of mark on these things. Isn't that water off of here. So I'm trying to set the mark. I don't know if I should do this. Well, let me get this in here and get it straightened out too. I want to get it like lined up there. Well, maybe my wife was home. I was gonna say that'd be a really quick final if she got home by now. Oh boy. All right. We heat it up. Good. All right. All right, so I'm gonna hold it like this. So I'm gonna put it in that way. Okay, so I'm gonna work with it on the back. Just trying to see how I've got to actually do this. So gonna have to use this again. My third hand down here, which worked okay the first time. Well enough to put this hole in this thing. So these will be up for sale. These rail spike bottle openers. They will be up for sale. So if you are interested in one, please let me know. Actually, this isn't far enough in there. I don't really use bottle openers too often, so I'm kind of like winging it because I don't drink. You're interested in one, Matt? Well, I got to give you the friends and family discount, of course. So, that I haven't figured out yet because I haven't even finished one yet. So I haven't quite worked that out. I think 20 might be good. So, you know, I don't know if that's a fair price. I mean, it's a cool bottle opener, but, you know, I don't know. I'm trying to price my stuff fairly, and I think once I get into it, it's not going to take me nearly as much work as a lot of the stuff I do down here, so. So that's an issue. Like I said, haven't completed one yet. And this is going to be a problem causing me to complete one. Is getting this little tab to come out of here. It might take some work. I might be able to get it. This is the whole Jesse learning how to be a blacksmith part of the show. If you are new to the channel, if you're just hopping in, you haven't said hi yet, please do. I do love getting to hear from you guys. Despite what the title says, and I apologize, I tried to update it from my service here. after I already started, and it doesn't work that way. I am trying to make a railroad spike into a bottle opener, and it's 90% of the way there. It's kind of becoming a bottle opener. It looks like one, but you know, I need to do the little tab that goes in there that you catch it on, and so I'm trying to get that part working. So I don't know how well this part's going to work. I think I'm running out of propane though. Yeah, I am starting to get low on propane. This is 4 days worth of propane work. So I'm a little low. I got 2 tanks upstairs. But if you're just hopping in, please feel free, drop a line in the chat, say hello. If you're on Facebook or YouTube, also please feel free, drop a line in the comments. Your comments will show up right here in the chat, so I'll be able to respond to you just as well. So please feel free, drop a line, guys. Let me know how things are going. If you do have any questions or just want to say hi, please feel free to say hello. Okay, that looks like a tab. That's kind of cool. Whoop, watch the feet. All right, now, I think this will work. I mean, it looks like a bottle opener. I'm gonna have to test it for sure in a minute. I got a bottle here of Mike's Hard Peach Lemonade. I'm kind of waiting for my wife to get home. She's getting done with her final. I'm sure I can open her up as many drinks as she wants right now, and she'll drink them. But after you get done with a final, that's fair. You probably need a drink or two. And I have figured something out. I'm actually putting like weightlifting gloves now on under these gloves. And let me tell you something, that is making my hand sit so much better with the hammer, and it is saving me a ton of wear on my hands right now. I don't know if it was the gloves before just by themselves, but the fact that these gloves are making this all fit nice and tight now feels so much better on my hands. So I am way more comfortable right now. I know you guys probably don't give a damn, but, you know, I feel much better. Ow. Fucking tongs. Yeah, well, I didn't realize, you know, like what was causing the problem, so I thought I would try it just to absorb some of the, so, like I'm getting a, like right here, like right above my thumb, I keep getting these blisters, and I think that this is going to alleviate it. Now, I haven't done a lot of swinging today, but I think that extra padding is really going to help stop that from happening, because it's really starting to rip my hand up. It's starting to get a little frustrating. Now, I don't know if I should harden this. I really don't know if I should harden this or not. I don't think it's high carbon enough to run the risk of snapping, but I think it'll keep it from bending and shit. So, I don't know. Oh, yo, D, what's up? Feel free to come over if you still want. I could use a hand if I'm going to make a second one of these. This is what I was planning on making, and I have kind of succeeded so far. I'm going to see what happens when I quench this one, and I try it on this bottle. I kind of don't want to waste the drink until after, but it looks like this will work. It looks like the scale's about right. So just let yourself in, all right, dog? Actually, you can come around the back door. The back door's wide open. So, I could definitely use a hand. So, but yeah, so I think it looks good. It's a good shape. I mean, it looks rough, but I think that's kind of part of it. Yeah, I'm gonna heat treat it to make sure that it's a little extra hard. I don't think it'll break from the hardening. Like, I don't think that there's too much. There's going to be too much stress, but I think that the hardening should kind of, because the regular steel is kind of soft. Like the guys that hammer these things, the reason I'm thinking of heat treating it is when these guys try to drive them in, if they miss or it hits a rock or it hits something, you know, that can happen to the tip. So the top of that thing is not very big. So if it's not very big and it's soft, I'm worried continued use could just break it and it'll just wear off. So I don't want to do that. Oh man, I need the other, I need a new tank. I'm gonna have to go grab that. Dennis rolls in here. He'll find me. Grab a propane tank. Yeah. Oh, these freshies are freaking heavy. Yeah, you know what? I'll just leave that open. Yeah. Freshie. Yeah. Okay. Woo. All right, we're good. Tongs. So I think we're almost ready for heat treat. She's starting to hiccup. Yeah, she needs to be replaced. So, all right, here we go. Pull this a little more away from the wires so I don't do something stupid. And this should already be warmed up a little bit. Oh, shit. Don't touch yourself with the tongs, dummy. Okay. All right, that looks good. Here we go. We're gonna quench this baby. So there we go. One quenched bottle opener. I will wait for my wife to go. Oh, Dennis, if you haven't left yet, if you're still on there, bring yourself a bottle of something you want to drink. I will try to open it. Because I don't know if this is going to work. Yeah, a little more than I was used to. I think my tongs got hot. My tongs were a little too hot, so. Oh, hey, Tam Dragon. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying. Thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please feel free, drop a line. I'm more than happy to chat with anybody who's out there. But welcome aboard. Hope you're doing well, Tam Dragon. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if you missed the quench or not. I apologize if you did, but just finished the quench. Oops, this way. All right, gonna take this apart real quick. So we have just finished our first attempt at a railroad spike turned into a bottle opener. So I don't know if it's going to open a bottle yet. It looks like it might. We'll see in a minute. But yeah, this is what we did. I'm going to try to wipe some of this oil off before it gets all over everything. Oh, you idiot. Not on my shoes. I wore the wrong shoes down here today, too. Brilliant. Ooh, what the hell? Let me cool this off a little bit more. If you do have any questions, though, let me know. more than happy to answer anything you want to know about me, the stream, or what in the hell I'm doing down here. A lot of people get very confused about this weird guy working in his basement making knives and, well, now it's bottle openers, but, you know, always trying to do different stuff. Try to keep myself busy down here. But yeah, there's what the first attempt looks like. It's not too bad. I didn't do it with a great spike, but it looks like a lot of the rust and stuff that was on here kind of came off, which is good. Some of the scale is still on here. That's kind of the issue with these, is the scale that hangs around. This isn't doing me any good. I just need a wire brush. I got wire brushes for days. They're just over here. All right, there's a wire brush. Well, it looks okay. Steel came out looking all right. All the scales flaking off, which is nice. It's pretty hard. So there you go. So, I'm sorry you're a little late on that one there, Tam Dragon, but we're going to fire up another one shortly. I'm going to try it again. You know, once lucky and all that. So, I want to make sure I can repeat the results. I should have a buddy of mine meandering his way in here very soon. So he's going to help me do the second one, so I don't have to use this chain around the anvil to do what I'm going to do. It'll actually be a little bit easier just to have an apprentice, so to speak, to kind of help me with holding things, because until I get certain tools, one thing I probably want to get is they make like an anvil horn that I can draw. I don't know if I can drive it over, but I think I can, which is basically like a cone that comes out of this hole here. You mount it in here, and I can just drive the stuff down that way. And I think that would be really useful, and probably get me better circles than this does, because this is never actually perfectly round. It's kind of a little flatter up on top, so you don't get a perfectly round circle. But I'd like to get one of them. I'll probably order one of them soon. But yeah, I think this actually came out pretty good. I mean, it's designed so that the spike head part is kind of down under your hand where you would lift it, so you'd put that on, and this, it's my first shot at it, so I mean it's not bad for a first try. I've never drifted a hole in something. That's kind of new for me, and it's a little tricky. Again, having my buddy come over, it's still a little warm. Having my buddy come over is going to help. So before, what I was having to do was take a tool. Well, once I heated the piece up, I would have to drape this over top of it and hold it down to keep it there while I drove the chisel through. What you can do is just have a friend who's going to be nice enough to hold said tool in the tongs, and I can just do everything right here. It saves me a lot of time, a lot of heat, because I keep wasting heat as I, as I have to stop, hold it with the tongs, get it set, then grab my tools, and then do it, So I lose time, I lose heat, and I think this will be a lot better until I can get a better method of actually doing this. Let me cool this off the rest of the way. She's not hot. I can handle it, obviously, not burn myself, but this isn't bad. I'm actually, I'm pretty proud of this, to be honest. I'm not trying to brag, but I kind of surprised myself. Oh, hey, Jeannie, how you doing? Just learning some new skills today, so this is it's a new shot at something different. So for the people who like railroad stuff, I wanted to make something a little different. It's a little rustic looking. It's not clean by any stretch. It's not like perfect, but I think it's kind of part of the charm with this thing. But it's a spike. It's a spike. It's a spike and a bottle opener. So I got a bottle there. I'm going to test it in a minute. I kind of wanted to wait for my wife to come home because she's the one drinking these things. I don't want to just pop one open on her. She's probably going to want one to drink when she comes home from class. She's actually taking her final right now. I don't know if she's done yet, but it's pretty hardened. It's a lot harder than the other side. But it should open a bottle. You know what? That bottle's probably hot now, so she probably won't want it at this point. So, so I guess, yeah. So I guess we'll try opening this bottle with this bottle opener and see if it works. There we go. Look at that shit. Nice. There we go, folks. It's a working bottle opener. I'm pretty proud of that one. That's pretty damn cool. So there you go. We're going to do another one in just a minute. I need a nail to hang this on. I need to put another nail in here. Let me get another nail. Hey, nails. Look at that. I got nails. I got nails. I got plenty of hammers, too. I got hammers all over this place. Yo, there's a Craig Haas, too. Look at this. Everybody's here. So I apologize if there are any delays, guys, but I know some of the streams are a little more delayed than others, but when you see your chat pop up, that's basically when I can respond to it. So I apologize if it does seem like it's taking a little longer, but I'm going to hang this bad boy up right there. That's where it belongs. That is cool. That's going to stay here in the shop for quite a while. And there you go. So, Jeannie, if you hadn't seen some of the stuff I've done, and for anybody else who might be hanging around who hasn't seen some of my stuff, we've got the Big Chopper, which was my first work. Nice 14 inches of hardened steel. Hey, Randy, what's going on? Everybody's hopping in from Facebook, man. How you guys doing? Hope everyone's doing all right tonight. We're just chilling out here tonight. I'm going to try to do another one of these bottle openers in just a moment. We've got the chopper, the cleaver chopper, smaller, good for bone, stuff like that. It's good hard steel, so it should chop through pretty well. It has a nice edge and blued steel, so it doesn't rust. So some of the small projects I've been doing. I've got my first attempt at welding right here. So this is my first attempt at welding, and yeah, I'm real proud of that. Not really. I'm not very proud of that at all. But I did it anyway because why not? I was actually really frustrated that day while I was trying to weld that thing. I started getting a little upset with myself, so I just kind of wrote my feelings on the spike. But welcome everybody. I hope you're hanging around for a little bit because we're going to start up another one of these lovely little railroad spike bottle openers. I just got to change out my propane tanks, which happens every so often. I've been streaming for 4 days now, so 4 days in a row, so I've kind of used up a bit of propane. So bear with me for a minute while I get a new tank up and run it, which should only take another minute. But feel free, chat away, guys. I love having you guys in the chat, so I'm more than happy to respond to anything if you have any questions or what's going on. And Randy, I do still have some books for you as well. So any day you want those, let me know. I think I got about 7 or 8 books for you. But yeah. So let's make another bottle opener together. Let's see if I can do this twice. Everybody gets lucky, right? But let's see if I can do it a second time. Beginner's luck, right? Open this up. So, here we go. Where's my lighter? I probably won't need it anyway. Forge is still hot. But, yep, she good. Whee! Oh, that's the sound we're looking for. No problem, boss. After Christmas sounds fine. But I'm glad everybody can chat here. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging around. It's good to see everybody here. It's nice being able to interact with everybody all on this at one time, so thank you all for joining me. And we're going to find another one of these spikes. You know what? I did the last one right, so I'm going to get a better looking one. If I can do this one right, I'll have a good quality one this time. There we go, that one will do. How hot does the forge get? This particular forge gets up to around 2200 degrees in the core while it's up and kicking ass. So the dead middle gets to about that hot. So yeah, toasty. Very toasty. My wife's going to be mad I wasted one of her Mike's Hards. Where the hell's Dennis? My apprentice is not here. He said he was on his way over. Yeah, so this thing will get up to about 2200 degrees. It might get hotter. I haven't, I think maybe the last time I checked it, I actually had the back of the forge open, so it might get a little bit warmer now. Yeah, it definitely helps here in the basement. Because when I'm down here at this time of year, I have a fan in the backside of the basement by the door, and that pumps fresh air in here. Without that, the burners would burn off all of the oxygen that I would have to burn and fill the room with CO2, yada yada. I would basically have nothing to breathe. So I get fresh air pumped in from the other side, and if it wasn't for the forge, just pumping cold winter air into this basement would suck. I mean, if I ever got lightheaded, I would know I would go right over that way. If I started to say, oh man, I would go right for the door. But I've had no issues, no problems, no headaches, so I'm not terribly worried. But yeah, this is my process. So first thing I'm going to want to do right now, as I did last time, I'm going to square off the end of this thing. Shh. Look, I'm not sponsored by them. I don't want to mention them. If they want to sponsor me, I'll put their logo up here. I don't care. But until I get sponsored, you know, I'm not putting anybody's logo up, nothing. So, although I'm a little upset because I just found out Wawa had a breach, so I'm not really happy about that. So we'll see how that goes. Now I'm gonna have to go change my fucking credit card information and take a look at if there's any strange transactions. Well, okay, fair enough. Yeah, just say you're just gonna go get some iced tea. Look, they're a good company, nothing wrong with it, but I don't want to talk about companies and stuff unless I'm sponsored. People say, oh, where do you get your belts? Well, send me a private message, I'll let you know, but I don't want to tell everybody and tell the world about how good these belts are if I'm not getting sponsored. So, it sounds a little mean, but, I don't want to plug other people without getting my little share. Some people get sponsored for next to nothing. At least I can do is get a little kick in my direction. Especially as a starting out, streamer, it would help. So first thing I'm going to do is square this down a little bit so I can get more material down and widen this out. This takes a little bit, but I can't have this point on the end because I need to have as flat a stock as I can, like I did for the last one. But again, I'm learning on this as I go, so I'm pretty impressed with this one. I think the shape's pretty cool. It is for sale. If you want to make an offer on it, get in touch with me. Again, it's not the prettiest. It's my first, so it's not the prettiest. I didn't really do any grinding or filing or anything like that, so it's kind of just a rough shape. So I figure like if I had free time to do more of them, I think what I would do is I would get that shape like this. I could get it to this shape, and then once it's at this shape, I can take it and I can use the files and get kind of a, get a good shape to it and get it kind of smoothed and cleaned up. Then heat treat it, and then it would be, it would be prettier. Yeah, okay, this is going to be good. This is going to be a good one. Let's have some fun. I don't know where my apprentice is. Oh, are you done with your final already? Or are you upstairs? Where the hell are you? I really should. I do have a stamp, actually. I do have a stamp. I really probably should have put it on. I had a stamp. I had one. I'll have to find it. I have a maker's mark somewhere. I don't know where the fuck I put it. Sorry. Sorry, immature audiences. I apologize. I do swear a little bit on this channel. I don't know where the hell my maker's mark went. In case you can't tell, my basement's a mess most of the time, so I work like a crazy person. So I tend to put things down and walk away from them, and I go a little nuts down here. So I apologize for that. But I do have a maker's mark. I probably should put the stamp on, especially since I don't have to worry about the piece getting warped. Oh, wait, I think I know where it is. Is it over here? No, wait, I cleaned out some of the stuff up over here. God damn it. All right, well, I don't know where my maker's mark is, but I did make one, and it's actually in the shape of the logo that's down there in the bottom corner. So, yeah. And where the hell is my wife? Like, okay, so my wife, who was supposed to be taking her final, who I mentioned a little while ago, has just commented up here, and I'm wondering where the hell she's at. So if you're home, come down here and tell me you're home. Or if you're on your way home, why are you on Facebook while you're driving? Secondly, where the hell are you at, Dennis? Oh, you're all going to celebrate. Okay, all right. Well, I opened one of your drinks. I opened one of your mics hard to test this thing. I didn't think you were going to be too broken up about it, but if you want to bring everybody back here to party, I shouldn't be doing this for too much longer. So come party here if you want. So yeah, there we go. So I got to get this kind of to this shape. Where is my apprentice? God damn it. Yeah, I actually want to know where the hell my stamp is. I actually have a stamp somewhere. I got to find it now. I guess I should be glad that you're going to celebrate. I mean, do you have your test results already? If any of y'all see my my stamp, let me know. Because I'm sure anybody else can find anything in this goddamn disaster I call a basement. Basement, workshop. Oh, wait, is it over here? No. Oh, my God. I don't even know where I probably put it away somewhere to keep it, like, safe, but I don't know where that is. I do that. Like, I'll put a thing somewhere so I'll remember where it is. and then I don't remember where the remembering is. Although it might be over in this thing. Oh, there it is. Found it. Yeah, there's my maker's mark. So I do have a little, let me see if I can bring this up on camera. I have this little guy, which I made. Sorry, my hands aren't very steady, but it is a little thing I carved out to look like the logo in the corner. And I probably should have put that on the handle somewhere. I think that would be cool. And with this one, I am going to do it, Randy. You're right. I really should. With knives, it's a little harder because to put it on and keep it there, it's a little tricky. Because when you do a knife, if I put it on before I grind, it's going to get ground off. If I put it on after I grind, hitting it in is going to bend the knife. So it's kind of something I'm not really sure I want to do. All right, this looks pretty good. All right, I guess Dennis is not coming over, so I guess I'm doing this on my own. All right, folks, so this is what's going to happen. I'm going to heat this baby up. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to use this chain to hold it down. And then, come on, baby, stop wiggling. Once it's held down, I'm going to use this hammer and a tool over there to drive through this hole, make a hole. I'm going to work it into a circle. Then I'm going to work it bigger on the anvil horn here. And then I'm going to turn it into a bottle opener. So that's what I'm doing. If you can believe it. But that's what I'm doing. So if you do have any other questions, if you're new to the stream, please feel free, let me know. If you want to know anything about what the heck I'm doing. If you also just want to say hi, if it's your first time in here, please say hello. I like getting to chat with all the people who like to come in and pay me a visit. I know you don't have to be here, so I appreciate it when everybody does. So thank you very much. There's still a lot of hot oil on my tongs. And it really doesn't want to come off very easily. So. I'm at this for 2 hours already. Holy shit. It's been that long? All right, well, so be it, folks. We're going for a marathon tonight. In case you guys are wondering, though, this is very, very fun. This is very enjoyable. This is a lot of fun. I just absolutely love doing this. I love forging. Like, this is my first, like, blacksmithing project. Which, if you're saying, well, knife making is blacksmithing. Yes, it is, but at the same time, it's also the fact that I'm only really working with knives. I've never really worked with shaping metal in other ways. So this is kind of, this is the problem with this, and why I wish my buddy would get his ass over here. He said he would be. All right, now I'm getting pissed off. That's what I mean about wasted heats. All right, I'm gonna make a phone call right quick, which I know isn't really good streaming etiquette. I apologize, but I'm gonna find out where my buddy is at, my apprentice. He said he was coming over, and to be fair, he lives all of 50 feet from my house. So if I put my head out the window and yell at him, he'll hear me. But I'd like for him to get his butt over here. Yo, where you at? 5 minutes? All right. All right, hurry it up. All right, see ya. All right, so we're going to try to get started on this without him because he's taking his sweet time. Not terribly centered, but I think I can fix that later. Feel free, drop a line in the chat, folks. Like I said before, I love getting to hear from you guys. If you're not talking out there, it's kind of just a crazy guy talking to himself in his basement, and nobody wants that, so. So please, drop a line. If there's anything else you want to know, any technical questions that I can answer, I'm more than happy to. I know a bartender who might want one of these too. He works at that aforementioned store that I talked about earlier. My cousin's restaurant. He might, he's a bartender there. He might be interested in one of those. It's almost through. All right, I don't need you here yet. Whew. It's warm down here, that's for sure. It's nice that I have my my back door open and it's 20 degrees outside and I am toasty. Quite toasty. Yo, there you are. I was gonna say, set that, there's gotta be somewhere you can hang that up. There's gotta be a nail somewhere. Actually, use that one with the wire coil on it right here. I usually hang the apron and shit up on there. All right, folks, this is Dennis. You might not be able to hear him as well because he's gonna be slightly off camera here and off the microphone. Behind the light.
Hey, what's up, guys?
So they should be able to hear you a little bit, but since the mic's obviously on my chest. Right there. Oh, she's cool. I cooled it off. It worked.
I know shit looks good. It's really good.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not like I take pride in my work, but like when something comes out too well on my first shot, I'm like waiting for the other shoe to drop. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. Let's grab you a pair of gloves, just in case these tongs heat up. You're not gonna be doing any hard work. That's all me. So now you're gonna see why people want to have. You want glasses or anything?
You know what?
Let me give you a pair of rec specs. So you guys will get to see why, when people do this, why apprentices and things like that are actually useful. I think I put them in the wrong drawer. I don't know where the hell I put them. Okay. So, in an application such as this, it's going to be super useful to have him. So here's what I'm going to have you do, okay? I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to pull this out and I'm going to lock it onto here, okay? I'm going to give it to you. I want you to basically just hold it over this hole right here.
Yep.
All right? So let me get it heated back up a little bit. I'm just going to have you hold it over that hole because I'm going to take these two tools and I'm going to drive this through that hole until we can get a hole. I'm going to try to drive it all the way up to here so it circles out. Then I can start working it on this anvil horn a little bit more. So.
How many runs does it take to get the hole open?
Well, it's probably going to take less now that you're here. So, all right, hold her on there, hold her flat to the thing. Just hold her there. On the hole. Flip it. Bring it back over. Okay, over the hole. Okay, cool. Throw it back in. See, this is way off center, so this one I drove a little to the side. No, it's okay. I understand. It's I usually say that because a lot of people who come in have a lot of questions about what weird things I'm doing and stuff like that. So I'm always trying to answer anybody's questions if they have them, things like that. You know, I understand it's to some people what I'm doing is, you know, is a little weird. So I like to help, you know, and people who ask other questions about why the hell are you doing this in your basement? So I get that a lot from people. So, you know, all kinds of questions like that I'm more than happy to answer. Yeah, this one's way off center, but I may be able to center it. Okay. Cool. And there we go, we got a hole. Just like that. So now what I got to do is I got to figure out how I can shape this so I don't break that side off. But this is where the fun part comes in because the other one came out, again, really good. It's kind of balanced. It looks good. So now I have to work the metal from the other side and kind of work it wider on one side than the other so that I don't rip that side off.
Now, did you heat treat this?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were going to do that.
Yeah, I did because, well, I'm worried with the heat treat as I was trying to show people. So if I don't heat treat it, here's a spike that is not heat treated that they just used. Now, what I'm showing him is basically that if anybody hadn't seen it, this is a spike that was driven that must have hit a rock or something and split like that. Now, if I don't heat treat the steel, there's a good chance it's going to wear, bend, or anything like that. This is a medium to low carbon steel, so it doesn't get super glass hard, but in the same token, it also gets harder. So it's not like, oh, okay, now I have, you know, it's not like it's, you know, it's not going to be soft, mild steel anymore. Yeah, everything gets shaped here on the horn now. And I'm going to move it up the horn slowly and gradually.
That kind of evens out the whole, I guess.
Well, we're going to see. Because again, that's kind of a part of this. Well, I hope so, because, yeah, I have to figure that part out, because I've never, the last one it went through pretty straight. I don't know why this one didn't. Thank you. Yeah, my hands are getting a little tired because I've streamed for 4 fucking days in a row. So, to be honest, I'm like, my hands are beat. I had to put on these workout gloves because I keep getting blisters down here on the bottom of my hand. So to avoid that, like, I'm getting them up here, but my hands and arms are just a little tired from going 4 days in a row. That's my first time I've ever hammered for 4 days in a row.
How long did it take to make this?
Almost 2 hours. Yeah, I am going to try to wear myself out, but here you go, Wisdom. Since you're one of my regulars and you've been out at the gym, as I am, this is what we made. We made one functional railroad spike bottle opener. And I'm pretty proud of it, to be honest with you. So it came out really pretty good. It worked. It opened a bottle. It opened that bottle. And so it works. But I have my buddy Dennis here to help me try to drift these holes a little easier. See, I got a lot more on that one side. So I'm trying to figure out how to correct that, because I don't actually know how to correct that. I mean, I figure if I stretch it and hammer it more on this side, it'll start to stretch more on that side. So I just won't hammer on the other side as much until I widen it out there. But I also want to keep it kind of flat. So this could be a fun project to make with people, especially with somebody else. If I'm working on this project with somebody, I could be like, okay, doing this with the chain, which is what I was doing before you were here.
Yeah,
I'd have to drape.
It kept moving. I was like, oh, man,
right, it's very hard to do. So you drape the chain over. You try to, the chain does this basically. You drape the chain over, and then you're trying to hammer the hole through. But if you have somebody to help you, that takes me 3 shots. Now it should take less. But I'm going to take this to the angle grinder and cut this bitch like right there. Right. Because you can see I'm hammering way the hell up here. So my anvil's high as it is, but if I can cut 4 or 5 inches off that thing, I'm going to hammer there instead. So,
We're just going to step stool and just hammer down.
Yeah, but I'm out of up space.
Yeah.
My ceiling, so there you go. If I'm touching this on the top of my ceiling, that's how much ceiling I got out of frame. So there you go. I don't have a lot of ceiling left. So this is a basement, after all. It's not quite a full shop. Okay. Let's just keep going on this one side. That's the first one. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I got lucky as hell. I got really lucky on that thing. To even just get it as round as I did and get a decent shape, I'm pretty surprised, really. It's getting there, so I'm just gonna hammer on this one side. Yeah, I just have to work on the one side so that it evens on that one side, and I don't have any, because if you keep hammering on one side, you're gonna get really thin, you'll blow it out.
Right.
So, but I don't know. What do you think would be a fair price for these? Well, I'm asking people. Well, and the chat as well. What do you guys think would be a fair price for a handmade railroad spike bottle opener?
I don't know.
Yeah, see, I'm not good at this.
It's one of those things. Knives are different. A bottle opener.
I mean, not only is this, though, when you think about it, not only is it something functional.
Right.
I know a knife is functional, but this is also something that's functional that if you're like a railroad enthusiast, now you've got this thing that you can use in your house that's, pop and open.
Or you're just going for that rustic look.
Yeah, that too. I mean, it's something cool. It is hard, isn't it, Wisdom? It's something that's really tricky to do. And, if I work on that for an hour, You know, I can crank one out in an hour. You know, it's.
You ain't going too high on
I know. That's why I was thinking like 20.
it.
20.
25 bucks.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's where I was ballparking around there.
It's unique, and you're not going to find another one.
You probably will. I bet if you went online, there are probably people making them.
It's actually a lot warmer down here than I thought it was.
You thought it was going to be cold down here?
Cold outside.
Oh, I know. That's what I was just telling everybody before you got here.
Like I should wear my jacket down here.
Nope.
It's summertime down here.
Did you forget that thing's 2,200 degrees?
I saw the door open. I was like, are you crazy? But
Well,
now-
if I don't have the door open, I die.
Yeah.
So it's basically either door open or die. Yeah. Well, without the door open, you basically, that burns off all of the oxygen in the room. So that burns off all of the air, and then you're done. That's it. So it's,
Way around it.
yeah, so you got to have air getting pumped in. You know, it's just part of the deal. So this is an interesting project for sure. I mean, I feel like I can make more of these and have fun with them.
Oh, yeah.
So it's kind of something I'm glad that I can do now with the spikes.
How'd you come up with this idea? Did it just
Honestly, it happened just last night.
really?
I was upstairs last night. I was thinking I need something else I can do to push, and I came up with that. Well, I've been wanting to put holes in things.
Right.
You know, I've been wanting to learn how to put a hole in something. So I'm like, okay, let me learn how to do that. So last night I was sitting upstairs ready to go to bed, and that's when I get I don't know how many other people are like this, but how many other people have their best thinking when they're just laying down to go to sleep? I may be crazy, but that is when I do all my best thinking. Like all my best ideas come to me right when I'm ready to lay down for bed. And that's what I did. I was just sitting up there thinking, oh man, what can I do?
You probably raced home like
Oh, dude, I know, I was all day.
That's how I get. If I have an idea, I'm like, I gotta get home.
All day chomping at the bit, wanting to get on the forge. Like I'm not, like I love forging. I love being on here with you guys, but tonight was different. Like to think like, okay, tonight's the night I'm gonna try something new. Was like, yeah, I really want to get home and try it. So we're starting to get round, we're starting to get evened out. Trying to level it so it's centered in the middle. You can see what I mean, trying to get that. But it's getting closer. Flatten it a little bit, you know, get the steel flattened out a little bit, get it round, get it so it's out to the outside.
Center than I thought it was gonna be.
Yeah, well
For the most part.
that's something I'm learning. So,
Right.
like I said, as I learn this stuff, I don't have somebody pushing me and telling me, you know, here's how you do it. So once I realized it was slightly off center, now you guys can see that the hole on my white shirt, which makes it a little easier, now it's centered, which it wasn't earlier.
You know, you could probably put a little lip on here and make it a dual bottle opener.
Nah, don't need to do that too. Just how many bottle openers do you want in one time?
Multi-tool.
No. It's what it is. No, I thought about doing that originally.
Yeah.
Was making the railroad knife, and then having something I can hammer it onto to turn that into a bottle opener on the bottom.
Right.
Basically, the smaller little hook part. I know what you're talking about. You know, because that would work well if I just took this and had like some tool and hammered. I mean, I could probably hammer like a rod right into here, and that would give it enough of that hook to just bloop, and it would work. But with this, it's like, you know what? I mean, on the back of the knife, it'd be cool because it wouldn't cut you. It's not like a bottle opener on the bottom is like a dangerous object.
Now, if you leave it in there long enough, can you like bend it with
Oh yeah,
wires?
yeah, oh yeah. Right now I could. Yeah, that's pliable. I could hit this on here, it'll bend. I want to get this a little bit more on this one side, and then I'll start working the other side because it's starting to get pretty even.
Yeah.
I think I'm about there, so now we'll just start working around. As far as how I learned this, I did watch a video earlier today about making a bottle opener, as far as like actually smithing one. So I kind of have a basic idea of how to move the steel. So I kind of learned that today. So thankfully I had that, but I had this down here. This was just here. It was just a piece of steel that I had, and I was like, this will be perfect.
Yeah.
Because when I saw the guy do the video, he put the first thing he did was use like a chisel to mark the hole. Then he put a round thing and drove that through. Well, this is both. This is a chisel that goes into a round part.
Right.
And that gives me just enough round to be able to use the horn. So
You
it's...
got the ones with the pointy ends too, right?
I have the pointy guys, yeah, but that leaves such a small hole.
Oh, yeah, I see.
You see what I mean? And I'm going to be driving this all day. And now also you're holding this, and now my hand's going to have to be here unless I put this in a tool.
Right.
So this could be good for something else, but right now with you having a tool in your hand, it's probably perfect the way it is. That's necessary. That's actually the final piece that I use to put the lip in, the opener lip.
Okay.
I use that to stamp the lip in. So that was also a custom-made tool from about a half an hour ago. I know it's hard for you guys to see, but this thing's actually starting to go farther and farther up the horn as I go. But Dennis can see now it's actually starting to creep up the horn, so that means it's getting bigger.
You start to have to work. You have to work around the table when you do it.
Yeah, well, see, but that's something I saw is that if you work it on the same spot, because this thing isn't perfectly round. If you feel it, go ahead and feel that. It's a little warm, but it's not that bad. You can actually feel that it's not round. It's a little more flat to the top.
Right.
So the flat up here, if I keep hammering on this one spot, it's going to give me the same shape. As opposed to if I go all the way around, it's going to have flat with a little bit of round. So if I just keep working it and kind of spinning it around, it gives it that kind of same shape all the way through. But yeah, I mean, if I can learn how to make these in a hurry, I like this one. I want to sell it, but I want to keep it because it came out really good. Well, that's what I'm thinking. And as you know, our family is supposed to be doing something like that. We're supposed to be doing like a white elephant, and I'm kind of thinking about throwing this one in there.
You should. You definitely should.
Somebody would want it. I think they'd want it. Well, that's that would be cool. Like, you know, the white elephant thing, you know, how you're supposed to, like, you know, you can take a gift or something like that. You know, you can take somebody's gift, but I'm thinking that'd be cool if my spike made people want, you know, to take that gift. That'd be pretty cool. It's a little hard working on the horn. It's definitely an acquired art, and the people who can do it well, God bless yous.
How many black burns do you have?
How many burns do I have from that shit coming off? Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Because by the way, as I'm working underneath of this, as I start working like this, that shit's all dropping on my arms, and it feels really good. So, I'm wondering if I should get like a leather sleeve to wear when I'm trying to do this way. But no, I mean they sting a little bit. That one actually looks like it got me good. But you feel them at first, you're like, ah, shit, you know. But it's not that bad. It's not like, ah, no, my arm's on fire. You know, that would be like if...
Just wait you out.
Well, a first aid kit is if I'm holding this thing and it actually kicks over and hits me.
Right.
Like, that's a fear, you know. Well, yeah, welders should, because they got shit kicking everywhere. But if I was, like, hammering on this thing and I hit it like this, and the piece came over and like this and landed on my arm, it doesn't matter how long it's on there. It's a bad time either way. So... that's why you want to have good tongs 100% of the time. You want to have tongs that lock the piece in place, that hold it so it doesn't run away, so it doesn't get weird angles and all that stuff. So now this side's getting a little bit big, so I'm going to chase this side a little bit. It's getting a little thin there, so I'm just going to hammer this spot. I don't want to hammer right there because you can see that that's starting to get a little tight at that spot.
Yeah.
But this part takes a while because it's just, you know, it cools down so fast. But it takes the shape pretty quick, and it's starting to get round. So flatten it out so it stays even. But then the next part is once I get it through here, I'll get it big enough.
Is that like a high strength steel or?
No, it's a medium carbon. It's not really.
I'm watching you hammer it, and I'm like, I'm always wondering if it's gonna crack on it.
Well,
where
with
it meets?
well, the more pliable it is, as long as I don't hammer it cold.
Right.
Once it starts to turn black, that's when you start to have issues.
Yeah.
Because if you hammer it when it's cold, that's when you start to get breakage and cracks because you have the stress. But when it's, glowing white or orange, yeah, it's closer to a liquid.
Right.
So it bends. It's very pliable. So you don't get I guess there's still a risk. If you shocked it enough, I'm sure it would crack.
Right.
But, I'm also hammering it like this. I'm not wailing on it right now. So I'm trying to be I'm trying to be delicate with it, and I'm trying to take my time. I'm trying to hit at certain angles. So, which is, again, a lot of this is very new for me because I'm not used to working on the horn. The only time I work on the horn is when I want to bend something, and put like a bit of a shape into something. But I'm not doing that now. So it's almost where I want it. I want to try to even it a little bit. It doesn't have to be too much bigger.
About there.
Yeah, I think it's about where I want it. I want to make it pretty roundish so it's good once I start squaring it off. Now I could file some of these too. So that's something I could do once it's actually done.
Oh, that's right. You can grind. You can put it on the grinder.
Well, I don't want to grind it, because grinding it out here is too much of a pain in the ass, but I could file it too, especially in here, to get like a good clean edge. But then does it lose that rustic look? Does it lose that hand-done look? Like, that does look hand-done. Somebody's going to see that and go, wow, that's hand-done, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I guess I would keep it like this.
Yeah, I mean, I might blue it to match because all the flake that fell off, so you get that bare steel. That's what the heat treated does. It kicks off any of the scale that's on there from the heat treat. So the heated metal kicks that, or the treated metal kicks that off. So I might just paint some blue on there to keep it from rusting. I am pretty happy with it. I am.
Yeah,
So
it looks really good.
so we'll see if the second one comes out as good. We're hoping. So I'm gonna put the angle in now, that flat part on the top. So this is interesting. So you kind of just take it like this, and you don't have to do a lot. Like you can see I'm barely tapping this thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't take a lot to do this part. But it cools off so quick. When it's that thin, that metal has so much exposure to air in such a small area that the heat just escapes. So when you first start heating a piece of metal, and it's a piece of bar stock, I love doing this because having you here, it's like I'm teaching everybody else on there too. When you have that fat piece of bar stock, you have, say, a 1 inch by 1 inch square piece of bar stock. Now that thing's heated through to the core, so there's 1 square inch as a cross section. You're saying that's heated. That's a lot of metal as far as a block like that. That's holding heat. So that's a lot of heat. Well, the heat can only escape from the surface. So of that huge fat chunk of metal, only that surface area is giving off heat. Well, when you take that piece and you look at it at a cross section, when I flatten it down like this, well, now that whole area is giving off all that heat. So that whole surface area gives off that heat, so now it leaves so much quicker, so you don't have that long amount of time to work like you do. But it also takes heat quicker too, which means I really should stop talking as much and actually do what I'm supposed to be doing.
Blow it down.
Yeah, it glows fast.
You know what? I wonder if they have something that you can hammer into that would give it the perfect shape you put every time.
I'm sure there is, but that takes the fun out of it.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, that would be, like, I like doing this stuff because it's some fun to learn. If there was a tool, like, I mean, you look at knives that are cheaper, and you look at a knife that's cheap, and it's just stamped. It's just stamped out of steel. You know, well, yeah, that's easy and cheap. And, you know, there's no hand craftsmanship involved. You know, it's just cheap, quick, stamped steel. Which isn't what I want to do. I want to make a knife. I think I got to flatten it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew. Yeah, she's toasty down here today, guys. I'm not getting any strength today from this, though.
And it feels like it's about 8 degrees outside.
Yeah, it's like 8
I
outside.
got windburn just from walking across the street.
So let's see. If I tested the ceiling up here, the ceiling's 122 degrees. So that's the general temperature. It's as close to 100 degrees right now down here. So, yeah, it gets warm. But if you are out there, if you're out there watching the stream, if you haven't said hello, please drop a line in the chat. We can see your chat here where I'm standing. We can see everything you say, whether you're on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. Please feel free to drop a line in the comments or the chat, whichever your preferred platform has. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Or Dennis will answer some if you have questions for Dennis.
I don't know much. Just that.
Well, they may not. I mean, they may not have like smithing questions, but they may have questions for you. You know. Some people ask strange questions on here. I mean, this is the internet, so it's kind of par for the course.
Where's everybody from?
We got people from all over the place in here. Oh yeah, yeah. I get a lot of people from all over. I think Wisdom's from the U.S. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Yeah, just nobody's commented on Facebook in a while. Where'd that cap go? Let's see. I was so anxious to pop that cap off, I kind of lost it, so now I don't have it. So let me see this here. Nope, that definitely needs to be flatter. Way flatter. That is way too big.
Did you find the cap?
Nope. No, I'm just kind of measuring it over the thing, but where the hell did I put it? I took it here and I went like this. I don't think I went like this, so it's probably not on the steps. I think I went like this, so it's probably down here somewhere. Oh, here it is. I must have done it over here. Because you can see it fits really nice in here, so you can see that's the size you want. So that's like perfect, because when it goes in here, it just catches, pulls that right up. Real nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
This is a twist off, but it still did the job. So that's about the size I'm looking for. I should make a mark on my anvil for like the size that I'm looking for as far as like depth. So I should do that, because I don't know how close this one is, but. And also, it's very hard to measure things when they're fucking super hot. You know, because I can't exactly be touching this thing. He is from Texas, yep. I was close. I think I said Texas. I know there's a lot of you guys from Texas that watch my stream, which is cool. Thank you. Appreciate all you guys when you come in.
What's the weather like over in Texas?
It's probably not as shitty as it is here. It's probably...
About 120 degrees.
Yeah, how is the weather out there? Is it better than... No, it's not 120 degrees. You're probably sitting in the 60s and 70s right now in Texas, if I'm guessing. Yeah, so how is it out there in Texas right now?
Always wanted to go, never been.
I'll tell you, I want to go out there and do some hog hunting at some point. I'm going to try to drag Dennis along for that. In the 40s. Whew. Yeah,
really?
well, it's 40s right now. It freezes in the
No,
morning.
It probably gets a lot colder.
Right, and gets up to the 60s. Yeah, see, now that sounds nice. I could go with that.
Yeah.
I don't mind that. I dealt with that like in the desert. You know, you go out in the desert and it's just, even near the summer, it's fucking cold at night, but the day comes along and you're just roasted.
Yeah.
So, you know.
There's no happy medium.
Well, I wouldn't mind that. I mean, let it get cold overnight. I mean, it doesn't get super, super cold, but when you're sitting around in bike shorts and shit, it feels a lot colder. You know, you could just put on a light jacket and your money all day. Well, in the summer at least. Okay, so I'm gonna try to set a flat part here.
Yeah, that's taking a nice shape too. Taking a really nice shape.
I think it's just about ready where I want it.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get the fine-tuned stuff right now.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to set this flat area here so it's nice and flat and ready to go, and then I can drive that lip. I don't know what that would be called. I don't know if it has a name, but I think I'm about ready where it is. I'm gonna flatten this down a little bit. I just want to get it looking somewhat nice, so trying to do the fine work.
Yeah, like you're just putting on like an outlet, slight angle.
Well, no, well, I guess it is. I kind of wanted it a little bit more back. I wanted it straight, so I can probably do that right now. I kind of want it straight there, so the back is straightish.
Yeah.
Like that one should be. I think the back is, no, it actually, oh no, the inside's straight on that one. Okay. Well, whatever. Let's try something different.
I see. You know what? It probably just looked like that. No.
Well, no, I did it the other way. So I kind of reversed them. So this one, the back is straight.
Right.
I mean, it's still going to have the lip on the inside, so you hold it this way and pop it that way. So, but I just did the lip different. So.
That's cool.
So it would be, so let me make sure I see this. So I'm going to drive it from the back. Okay, so I drive the hole from the back.
It's reversed on that one, right?
Well, no, it's just where the curve is. I still want the lip in the back because you want to hold it like this.
Yeah.
So you want to hold it with the handle in here, so this way you can, pop stuff off.
Right.
So I need to drive the lip thing from the back here. That's what I'm looking at.
I gotcha.
Yeah. In it goes. So this part, I'm probably going to have Dennis again here. So I'm going to have my apprentice back at this again. So I don't have to use the chains again. So same basic thing. I'm going to have Dennis hold this thing right here, hold it flat, and then I'm going to hammer over top to hammer the shape in where I need it.
So we're going right over this hole here.
No, you don't even have to do it over the hole. Just right here on a nice flat section.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to hold it right here, nice and flat, and then I'm just going to drive that sucker through.
Nice.
Because it doesn't need to be over the hole because I'm not trying to punch through.
Yeah.
I'm just punching an angle, and if I hit bottom, that's not good because I'll probably have broken through. I need to just move the metal to that spot. So.
Gotcha. Maybe.
Yeah. How do you think it is down here? You think it's bad back there? Come over here. Okay. Just hold it nice and flat, nice and steady for me. I gotta see how I can fix that. So it moved the metal a little weird. I mean, it might still open a bottle, but I don't like the way it looks. I'm trying to think of how to fix that. So it moved it a little bit weird. It's a little wonky, but I might have to push it out a little bit farther. So I'm gonna reheat it and I'm gonna push it out a little bit more. And then maybe,
Push more of the metal forward?
yeah, I want to push it a little more forward, give it more of a lip.
Yeah.
And then what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to still have you hold it, and then I'm going to try to drive backwards into it to knock that space back.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So that area that was a little bit of an issue, I'm going to have it drive back a little bit. I have more chisels. This one's a little smaller. Yeah, I'm going to use this to chip it back. Not this. Actually, that might be good, but it's too big. So then I'm going to go back with this, and I'm going to knock it back to that spot so I can get the shape in a little bit better. Just try to define the shape a little bit more. Okay. Hold her nice and tight. She's going to move towards you a little bit, but don't worry about it. goes. There you go. Now it's got the nice lip.
Oh, nice. Oh, well. It didn't look like it did much until you held it
Yeah,
up.
you can't tell until you hold it up, but then you can really see the lip.
Yeah,
So
that's good.
again, it's not perfectly shaped, but we're gonna try to work it. Now that the lip's in there, I can do the kind of final work, shape the head of it a little bit more, and kind of work it. So, and then just kind of flatten it, just get it kind of right, and then I'm gonna grind. I'll grind it up a little bit with this, take some of that scale off, and then plunk. Then she gets heat treated, and then we'll have a hardened thing.
That's awesome.
So there you go, folks. This is what I do. This is what I like to try and learn. I learn with you guys. It's a lot of fun. This is why I do it. Well, it's fun to learn. You know, I love learning and taking on, you know, new stuff. You know, being able to say, oh, I learned how to do this. You know, it's fun having a hobby. But, you know, if you can also, like, really just learn something awesome at the same time, that's so cool. And that's what I like doing here. That looks like a bottle opener, right?
Yeah.
Looks like a bottle opener on the end of a railroad spike. All right. Let's get some of this scale off of here. You're good. You're not going to get anything back there. Why are you so loud today, Anvil? God damn it, shut up. Okay, so you think it's ready for heat treat?
Then you gotta let it cool down first before you...
No, I'm not gonna thermocycle it. It's not really a blade, so I'm not really that worried about it.
Right.
Blades go through so much more aggression and change. I mean, this is a little bit, but it's also not a high carbon steel either.
Right.
So if it was higher carbon, I'd be like, oh shit, I better thermocycle it, but it's not, so.
So now you put it in there hot?
Oh yeah. You've never seen me heat treat?
I don't... Maybe once or twice with the knives, but... I mean, is it gonna flame up?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, it is.
Should I save that?
Nah. It's only gonna flame like right here.
Alright.
So it's gonna be a little bit of fire right here. It's not like Forged in Fire. See, the Forged in Fire guys, they do something, for anybody who watches, they do something dumb, which is why they get burnt. You see them dunk their stuff in, and before it cools off, they pull it out. Now, oil itself, liquid oil will not catch fire. What does? Fireman Dennis?
What? Liquid oil?
Liquid oil doesn't catch fire. What catches fire? Oh, see, this is a fireman who needs to learn this shit. The vapor.
Oh, yeah.
When it heats up, oil has a flash point. Every oil has a flash point, at which point it evaporates into a vapor. Once it turns into a vapor, I just got this too hot, so now I have to cool it down. I'm going to let it cool down a little bit. Perfect. So every oil has a flash point. Now, you guys see all that lovely smoke coming out of there. That is what burns. Now, if I pulled this out of here, this would still be hot and it would light the oil on fire.
Right.
So that is what you have to watch out for. Once you have the vapor that starts to come off of a knife or an oil fire, it's that vapor that keeps boiling up. So when you heat treat, you want an oil that has a high flash point temperature, this is canola oil, which has a very high flash point. So as I teach the firemen about fire,
So you don't want to light the vapors with the oxygen.
right. Well, so what you see them do in Forged in Fire is they have it in here like this. They start to put it in, and once it treats, they pull it back out. Now, it's still red hot, and there's still all the vapor coming up. So once the vapor all comes up, and you pull the hot knife up into it, it now lights all that vapor up, and it's just going to flash up. So if I put this in like this, and only put it in a little bit, if there's still hot knife exposed, it's going to keep burning until I get it all below the oil to stop it from catching. So if there's, a piece of knife that's over 500 degrees or whatever the flash point is, it hits that vapor, that's what's going to burn up. So if you don't get the knife all the way below the actual vapor as it comes off the oil, you're going to keep lighting that oil on fire, or then making the mistake of pulling it up while it's in you know, while there's still vapor kicking off. So that's a safety thing for anybody who's watching. That's why you don't want to pull your thing out. I mean, I know for a lot of guys, it's like, well, I got to check to make sure it's, you know, make sure it's not warping. Look, if it's going to warp, it's going to warp, okay? So just get it under there, keep it under there, because if you pull it up while there's still vapor coming up, it's going to flash your face.
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed. So I'm trying desperately to cool this thing down. I got it a little too hot because I was too busy yakking.
Now, how many times do you have to dip it?
Once.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, this is done. This is heating. This is hardened. Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's not super hard, but it's hardened. This won't get very hard because it's only like a medium carbon steel at best. So right now it's pretty good. I'm gonna take this thing, grind off some of this scale that's on here, like we said earlier. And now you can see that the areas that didn't get heat treated, how that stuff sticks on there. That's what happens to the unheat treated parts. And now there's a wire brush, there it is. I can clean this thing up a little bit more.
For a second, I thought that was a knife.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rub this knife all over it, you know, it's what I like to do.
Carve it out.
And if I can get myself a paper towel, you'll do.
Now, how many tanks are you going through now that you're using it?
How many what?
How many tanks?
Oh, well, today, because this week, because I went all week, I burned a tank off already. But there you go. One bottle opener. All ready to go. I think it'll open up a bottle. It's not dead straight, but it doesn't have to be. Still do the job.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be.
Yeah.
Trust it.
Handmade, folks. There you go.
That's right.
Might still be a little warm on the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let me check. Yeah, very warm on the bottom. I gotta cool that off before I leave that hanging around. Somebody does something dumb and bumps into it like me, because I would. But once it's below 200, 300, actually any point of that, you can cool it off in water. Here it's not even hissing. My tongs are probably still hot. Nah, they're good. So just get it in here. Get it nice and cool. This water's probably somewhat cold. It's not very cold anymore. Yeah, 2 for 2, damn right. There you go. One bottle opener. Oh. That's not bad. I could crank these things out. These are fun. Like, these are actually a lot of fun. Like, for my first time trying to make them, this is a lot of fun. So, fuck it. 3 for 3, folks. Third time's a charm. Let's go at it. One more time. Now I got Dennis here for the whole process so he can see the whole thing, exactly how it all happens. So this is perfect. We're going to start another. Plus the forge is still hot. Let's go. We're getting a groove now, right?
We're on a roll.
There you go. Dry these bitches off. Okay. So there we go. So I don't know. Do they? I don't wear bracers, but I know we were talking about that because as I was working underneath the piece, scale was dropping down onto my arm. So having welding bracers probably would have helped. So there you go, folks. We're going to do one more. What the hell? You're all watching. If you're out there hanging around and you haven't said hello or anything in the chats, please drop a line. If you're on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, you can drop a line. Your chat will appear right here next to Dennis. Dennis is helping me crank out one more of these bad boys. We've got 2 so far tonight. We have 2 railroad spike bottle openers that we have created. They are cool, they are functional, and they're fucking cool, honestly. I didn't think I would get this lucky and be able to make them. These are the first 2 I've made, so here we go. Oh shit, I forgot to do it again. God damn it.
What's that?
I forgot to put my stamp in it. Shit.
Put your stamp in the other one?
What?
Did you stamp the other one?
No, I didn't stamp either of them. God damn it. All right. Well, you're here. No, because now I have to reheat it, and I lose the heat treat.
I got you.
Then make sure somebody...
Third time a charm.
Somebody remind me on this. Well, no, the other guy didn't tell me until after the last time. He's like, oh, you should put a maker's mark or something. I'm like, fuck, I have one of those. I'll do it on the next one. And then I forgot. So remind me, since you're here, I do have my maker's mark stamp. It looks like the logo down there in the corner. So I'd like to put that, I think it'd be good right there, right? Like on the back like this.
You know what, I'd put a little bit higher up, like right there.
Put it right in there? Yeah, but that's kind of bent. That's what I'm worried about. I think this part's nice and flat, so, and I don't really hammer this area, so it's going to be nice and flush. So I think I'm going to go with the back. Well, this way you can see it, like while it's hanging, it's like right there, you know?
That'll be good.
Okay, cool. That's it. Don't let me forget to do it this time.
Oh, we'll not.
Actually, this is almost heated up. I'm going to go grab a paper towel. I need to blow my nose real quick, so I'm going to mute the mic.
Alright.
So you guys don't have to hear this. All right, and we're back. All right, here we go, folks. We're going to get this baby started now. I'm going to have Dennis, or no, actually, Dennis is not necessary yet. Dennis is not necessary yet. I apologize for getting Dennis. I got Dennis's hopes all up real quick. Well, I got to get this. So here's what I do first. So I don't have to worry about the point. I have to take the point off. So I'm going to square this thing up like this. And I'm going to start moving metal down this way. So you can see now I'm going to have less point. So this will give me a thicker piece to work on the end. Maybe one more. About right. Ah, shit. Yeah, I think it's knocking oil off my tongs. I'll clean these things up. I think it's knocking bits of hot oil and shit off my tongs. Yeah, well, I'm worried I'm going to heat treat them too much. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. So, if anybody's new to the chat, if you're just hopping in, please feel free, say hello, drop me a line, let me know what's up. Let me know where you're watching from, be it Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube. Any of your comments will be seen right there behind Dennis, or in front of Dennis. This is the easy part. This is the simple part. I just want a nice flat piece to work with. So I'm just trying to drive this flat. And now I just remembered how tired my shoulder is. I just want a nice flat area. So one more heat, get it nice and flat, ready to work. So I get a nice flat area so I have a good spot to work with. Once it's nice and flat, then that's when I'm going to work out and push out to the sides. So we need this guy. You know what? I'm gonna go cut the ass end off of this thing right now. So I apologize. I'm gonna leave Dennis on stream for a minute so he can wave to you guys, even though you're not gonna be able to hear a damn thing he says. But I'm gonna cut this damn thing apart with my lovely angle grinder here. Spin this thing over, flip this thing over real quick. I'm sure this is super loud on camera. I apologize. I do have the limiter on, so that's good. Done. Yeah, that's when I knocked the piece off the end. I'm sure you guys could actually see the sparks over there because they were pretty goddamn bright. Like I was actually, as I was kicking sparks, it was lighting up the area. Like it gave off light.
That's cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna need that. Let me flatten this off a little bit more now that I've heated the entire piece. Jesus Christ. Okay, idiot. Don't do that again. That looks nice and flat. Start rounding the corners off now. Make life easier later. Okay, so I want to find us. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in again. I'm going to give this to Dennis. Dennis is going to hold this right here over this hole. I'm going to start trying to drive this tool that I just cut the ass end off of through the top of it. And then we will see what happens. We'll see if we get as good of a result as we did last two. So, if you are new and you're just hopping in, this is what I'm making today. I apologize if my stream title didn't change as I told it to, but I think I tried to do that after I started. But we have two railroad spike bottle openers. This is my first time trying this, and Dennis is joining me for the chaos. So, it's working. We have actually, you know what? This is a goddamn twist off. Why don't I just throw it back on and test the other one? This is the new one, right? Wait, no, that's the first one. Okay, this is the new one. So let's see, I'm gonna put this here. Let's test this out. It functions. It works. That's all I needed to know. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna hand this to Dennis and we're gonna kick some ass here. It first hits key because I want to center it. Bring it up. Back in. Good. Up. Back in. Good. Thank you. Dennis is learning. I'm going to make him an apprentice somehow. That one's much more centered than the last one. I'm not going to have as much work to do. That was way more centered. So as long as I drive it through straight and I don't think if I don't push it off to one side, I should be okay.
Yeah, you got a good start on it.
That's a lot more centered. Well, this is a lot easier to hammer too, because now I'm hammering it here,
Right.
and I'm hitting this spot. Last time I had 6 inches of stuff, so I'm hammering up over my head. That's not comfortable. So if anybody's out there, if you have any questions, if you are watching, please feel free, drop a line in the chat. Let me know what's going on. Let me know if you like what's happening, or if you even want to buy a Railroad Spike bottle opener for that person in your life who loves trains. Great for the people who love trains, folks, let me tell you.
That rustic look in your house.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's...
Hanging right up at the bar.
Well, not only is it functional, but it's a conversation piece. Up. Back in. Up. $180. Oh no, I'm not through. Okay, never mind. Go back over. Yep. That's too hard. It's cool. Got her. It's almost through. I just want to straighten it out before I send it back in. So, this is a fun little project. I actually enjoy doing these. I could fucking crank these out all day.
Yeah. Probably crank them out a little bit faster now that you cut that leg off that.
Well, that's a little helpful, but again, having you here is also helpful.
Yeah.
That took me like 9 heats the first time I did
Did
it.
it really?
It took me at least 9 heats. Well, because again, like I said, without you here, I had to bring that thing out, set it on here, you know, push it under the chain, get the chain down.
I was watching and I kept seeing it.
Yeah,
it move all
and
over.
then I'm trying to, I can't really lay into it, so I can't get the chain to hold it right. So having you here to go, okay, hold it, boom, it just cranks it right out. It's losing heat the whole time it's on here because this is sucking the heat out.
Right.
Every bit of time it's out of there, it's sucking the heat out. So now that I just go here, boom, and just start wailing, I don't lose any of that heat and I can get it done in just a couple heats. I mean, I'm trying to be a little careful. I'm trying not to be a maniac with it. So, you know, and also now that I've cut the top off of that thing, I do have to be a little more careful or I'm going to hit myself in the hand. So, up. Okay, over. Like that. Oh. Back a little bit. Back. No, back here a little bit, right there. Okay, over. Up. Round hole. Square peg round hole. A little off center, but not too bad. Fixable. Fixable for sure. I got a lot more material at the top. So there we go. We got round hole. Yay! There's a hole in it.
Now, what would you start working it? I didn't see if we were all the way through on that one.
We are. Oh, dude, yeah, that was all the way through. If I was that deep in it, yeah, that's a hole.
Yeah.
So now I got a circle, so I'm going to put it over here on this.
Nice.
I probably should grind. Let me see something. Is this... How hard is this? Ooh, not very. This isn't very hard at all. This is actually perfect for right now. I thought this was harder than this. This thing may have been overheated one day. This isn't supposed to file like this. This will make this a little easier to get this, get through here. Because this nose is smashed down really good. So this is going to actually let this go on a lot easier.
Right.
Stop squeaking. Okay. Whew, work fast, baby. All right. The first couple on the nose of the horn always seem to take really, really long. So, like, it's on, but so now that's through. So again, I'm gonna have to work this side more. So you can see, yeah, it did wander a little bit. So I'm just gonna have to hit the metal on this side a little bit more, which is fine. But because you're not swinging as hard, you have to get it in the heat a lot quicker. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Make it easier to get out of there. I need a drink. Holy shit. I didn't think I was gonna get a goddamn workout today.
It does get hot. I'm barely doing anything. I'm sweating.
Why don't you turn the? You want to turn the fan up?
No, it's
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
nice breeze coming in.
It's only on one. Let me put it on two. This will cool it off a little bit. Your jacket's probably blocking some of that.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Whew. This is the beginning of it's kind of weird, you know, trying to move all the steel while it's barely fitting on the horn. Trying to work just the one side so I can get it balanced better.
Right.
Now it's balanced, so now I can start flattening the top because the top has a lot of extra space too. Oh, this is also exhausting because I'm hanging the hammer down and it's like just wearing my hand out. Holy shit. But you know what though? This is a lot of fun because I'm actually making a thing so much quicker. I love making a knife because it's like, yeah, you have a thing, but this is so much fun to actually make a thing. Now I can see, this is the first blacksmithing I think I've done. Like the first like actual smithing.
Right.
Because I would call this blacksmithing. You know, not, I mean, this is, everybody would say that, or most people would say, oh, what you're doing over there is blacksmithing, but I call that knife making. This is blacksmithing. Let me show you the thing I made yesterday that was kind of blacksmithed. I think it's right here. Yeah, there it is. I mean, this I was just screwing around with, but I stretched it out and I did that. So I don't know what it is, but I was just doing it. I don't even know what it is. It's just a thing.
It's a coat hanger.
I guess, yeah, you just mount it on your wall.
They gotta get shot at that. This is what he made yesterday.
I'm not saying it's great, but it's a thing.
This would be a great coat hanger.
That was loud.
You know what? That's really needed too.
Yeah, well,
I mean, it is like, it's damn near perfect.
yeah, I didn't even grind it or anything. That was all just straight up done.
Hey, for instance,
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
you know what?
Like, if it has a purpose and I could figure out what it
definitely does. You make two more, put it on a,
piece of wood.
put it on like a piece of pallet wood.
Yeah, but it's not like, I'd have to bend this 90 degrees.
Why?
Well, because it's like, how am I going to mount it onto a piece of wood? Just mount it that way?
Yeah, you just get those U-shaped.
Like a U-bolt? A U-shaped bolt. Yeah, that's a U-bolt. Yeah. Mount it with a U-bolt.
Yeah.
I'd probably have to put it a little bit farther.
Make two more of these, put on a piece of pallet wood, couple for U-bolts. I'm telling you.
I would have to pull this out a little farther.
Yeah.
Pull this out just a little bit. I mean, it is cool. Yeah,
I
it's.
think that is really cool.
I just really, I don't know what I was doing because there was nobody in the chat yesterday.
Right.
So I just took this and I started like stretching out the spike. I stretched it out to a point and I'm like, well, what the fuck am I going to do with it? So I just bent it around the anvil and then hammered it kind of flat. And I was like, well, that's cool. Yeah, well, that's what, like he was saying, was just mount it with a U-bolt. Just mount it to the thing with a U-bolt. so it like stays on the whatever you mount it on. I'd probably have this out. I mean, that's kind of steep for a coat hook, so I'd probably have it out a little farther, but you know, again, I was just fucking around yesterday. It wasn't intended for something. So
Like my jacket's heavy. It's really heavy. So those cheap hooks that I have always break after a while. But something like that lasts forever.
yeah, it would last pretty long. Ooh, what is that? All right, where's
Maybe
the...
I'm just playing too much Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, now you want all this retro shit? You like all the wrought iron now?
Wrought iron stuff. I want a horse.
Now you got to learn to shoe a horse, right?
Yeah.
You want a horseshoe to take with you? Will it make you feel better? If I give you a horseshoe to take home?
I have them.
Okay. In the game or in life?
Life.
Okay.
And the game.
I would figure you'd have some in the game. Trying to keep it somewhat straight as I go, so I don't have too much work to do later on. Woo! Yeah, that might not, I mean, that would be a cool thing. Like, that's a cool project. I got so many spikes. I mean, I could do something like that.
Get two more and
Just make like a 3-wide coat hook.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'll grab a piece of wood from work, cut it, and there
I got wood all over the place.
Yeah, right.
But see, here's the problem. I made it without a template, so I wasn't working towards anything in specific. So now matching it to that is going to be tricky.
Yeah.
Especially because I don't know how long this is uncoiled. So if I
see.
So like if I was going to do more of these, like if I was going to do 3 more to match, I would have to know how far out this is, because once you bend it,
Yeah.
it's bent. I mean, you could straighten it, but I don't want to like straighten it then try to hammer more out. So you see the problem. Like if I was going to make 3 of these, I would heat them all. I'd have them all heating, and I'd work this, essentially the straight part out, and work that out.
Right.
And then when I'm all done, then I'm like, okay, they're all the same length. Now we bend them and match them. So this way you have the same amount of, you know, of something to bend out. I think I'm enjoying the smithing, though. I got to say that. I'm enjoying it.
Have you made anything else that you're not telling us?
Yeah, I mean, I have so many railroad spikes, though. It's so cool to have the spikes. People just love the spikes. So, you know, whatever I do, if I do something with spikes, people dig it, you know? They say, wow, that's made from a railroad spike. People think that's really cool. So that kind of helps me sell it. I had somebody that bought a knife knowing full well. I said, look, it's not like a functional knife. They're like, no, it's for a friend. You know, he wants a gift. You know, we wanted to get him a gift for Christmas because he just loves trains and shit. So he just loved a knife made out of a railroad spike. So yeah, that's what they wanted. And that's, you know, which is awesome because, you know, people want it just because it's a railroad spike. I mean, I did have to draw that spike out a bit. I mean, that's, how wide's a spike?
Right.
You're saying 3/8 inch stock that he drew out. This is, I mean, a railroad spike is, if I can hold this thing with these gloves on, it's over a 1/2 inch. It's almost 5/8 stock.
Right.
So I took this from 5/8 to, what, almost, from 5/8 down to a little under a half. So, you know, I drew that out a bit. Like I said, though, I was just screwing around. I was just bored. Nobody was talking in the chat, so I was just like, I'm going to take a spike and just, I just made a thing. And I started to mess with it. I had it when I had the point on there. I started to bend it a little bit so it looked like a flamingo.
Have you made any other things besides that?
No.
That were awesome.
Look, I just made it yesterday. It's not like I've been keeping it from you. I told you, I just started blacksmithing yesterday. These are the first, like, projects that I'm making. Like, to be fair, that's not a project. It's not a thing. You know, it's not like it's not a certain thing. Like, this is a thing. I know exactly what it is, what its purpose is, you know, and what the end goal is. That's just a hook. It's just some shit that I bent up, you know. So I don't want to sit and say like, oh yeah, it's the first thing I made. No, I have so many pieces of bent metal and shit around here. I mean, what, do you want to count my first welding job? Like, where's that at? Where's my first welding job? Here's my first welding job. What did I do? I welded a piece of square stock to a fucking piece of half of a shear. That's not a welding job. Yeah, I welded the word fuck onto a piece of railroad spike. It's so dumb, but I can't call it like my first piece.
Right, well, practice.
Right, if I built something, that was what that was. It was practice. It was giving me that comfort. So, you know, I have that like, oh, okay, now I know what I can do with it. You know, and now I can feel like I can do stuff. But I was also bored out of my head last night, so I was like, I gotta stream. I can't not stream. I started, so I stayed with it. Don't touch the hot thing. Lesson to be learned. Don't touch the hot thing. Whew. This is a workout. You're going to have to try making one of these soon. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to try it. The beauty part is, then I'll be your apprentice to do this part, the holding,
All right.
and then you can do the rest. And so I'll try to find the video for you that I watched,
Yeah.
so you can see what I'm trying to accomplish here.
Yeah.
So you can actually see what you're doing a little bit and understand like where I got that, you know, where I'm doing what I'm doing.
Right.
But this part over here, you just have to drive it through and drive it through straight. That's it. So
You don't really want to whack it in there. You just want
no,
to
you don't have to. I mean, you have to get it in there, but at first you want to just set it and get it so it's, you know.
Yeah. What you're doing now looks like you have to have a lot of patience.
It is. It's not like you can't go fast on this.
Yeah.
You just have to kind of go and work it so you can keep a nice even-ish shape, you know, and then you can square, you know, you can touch it up. You know, I gotta square it around a little bit. You know, there's some edges that I want to fix. So, you know, as you start to see like, oh, okay, well, it's not perfect here, so, you know, so you kind of like work it, and now you can get it back to a closer circle. So there you go. So now it's a closer circle, and that just means that it's more, you know, it's more ready to be flattened and turned into what we want it to.
Right.
Because if it was all like bulged out on one side, it would mean it's too big. There's too much metal on one side. It wouldn't look right. So the way I found that, so as I can coach Dennis here before he does his, is if you go off to one side and there's too much metal on one side, you hammer that side. Because then so as I'm hammering that, that's stretching that part.
Yeah.
And now your work, so as it gets closer to round, once it's round, then you hammer all over.
Right.
But if like one side is, you know, is thicker than the other, you work that one side, and that thins out that side until you get them even, and then you work the rest. So that's what I'm learning. Again, I'm doing this all from a video with no talking. I watched a guy do this thing, didn't say a goddamn word, which most of you are probably wishing I would probably do more videos like. But, you know, I'm trying to do this from that and not know exactly what, you know, I should be doing. So making things from nothing, making a bottle opener from a railroad spike somehow. Still don't know how the hell I'm accomplishing that. It's about big enough, I think.
I gotta get a picture.
You are enamored with those things.
I know. I think it's
Huh? What's that? Where's what?
your hook.
The hook? Where did I put the hook?
I thought it was right here.
I don't know. It probably was. See, I've told people before. I just put shit down. Did you try to steal my hook? You fucking take it. I know you are. Dennis is going to run off with my. Oh, here it is.
I didn't take it. It was tempting.
How often would I have to oil it? I'm thinking about bluing them. So I'm probably going to cold blue them with the chemical because I think that will keep it from needing to be oiled. So probably not at all. I feel like I could have a much smaller hammer right now too to be doing all this because there's so little work I'm actually doing. Like, I don't have to be holding a 3-pound hammer in my hand right now. It feels like a way too much. I probably should be... Oh, hey there, Skull Bones. How are you? Welcome back. In case you have missed most of the stream, I am working on a new project, which I have made 2 of already, and I'm doing railroad spike bottle openers. So this is a new little fun thing. This is my buddy Dennis. Dennis is helping me get things started a little bit easier. So having a little bit of help is good on these projects. So he's also going to be here as we drive one last part into these. Because actually Dennis is going to be useful very soon. He's Instagramming the shit out of everything right now, though, I think.
I gotta post some of my stories.
Wait till you can say you made one. I got to apprentice him first, so... I would call it blacksmithing. I mean, it's forging the same thing. I mean, I'm not forging a blade, though. I would call this blacksmithing. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Well, yeah, I know. Blacksmithing's making nails. That's why I'm saying this is more blacksmithing. Because... forging feels like you're forging a blade. You forge a blade, you forge a weapon. You don't forge a nail. You know what I mean? That's what I'm I guess, I don't know. Technicalities, I'm not even good with the language I speak, so, I don't need to. All right. I've told people before, I only know 2 languages, English and bad English. All right. So here we go. We're going to need Dennis's help. Uno mas. Uno mas ora. So, did I do this from the back again? Is that what I did? Yeah, I do it from the back. Okay. So, we're going to have Dennis come in. We're going to do this lovely little trick where we have to put the lip that actually catches the cap. So, yeah, I guess Dennis should be my social media manager. I mean, but I don't have much time to do stuff like that, and I don't have a lot of fun with Instagram and shit. I feel like like I'm too old for that.
Yeah, I have Instagram, but I never use it. I'm never on it. I'm just not a fan of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Or just Facebook and what's the other one?
I don't even use anything else.
Yeah, Facebook and Instagram. But I rarely use my Instagram.
All right, so get that heat a little more there. So what I'm going to do is... so I have a different tool that I kind of also made today. So this is going to push from the back. I'm going to push this down. I'm going to work that steel out away from there and kind of make a lip. So yeah, the tool's going to do it. I'll bring it up a little closer. It's kind of rounded, just a kind of flat, stubby thing. And I just put it in the back and just push the metal out, and it does the job. So I'm going to hand this over to Dennis. Dennis is just going to hold it firm. Hold it in place, and then I'm going to do my thing. Pull it back just a little bit. Perfect.
These tongs get hot quick.
They're hot?
Oh my god.
Sorry. Now it's got the bottle opener lip. It's actually pretty centered, that one.
Actually,
That one came out really good.
Really good.
Straighten the rest of it. And now, to make sure that we do it right, we're going to heat treat this baby. Well, see, why are you holding it up here? Don't hold them up here. Hold it back here.
You know what? I felt if I
You
hold it
don't.
up
No,
higher,
no.
It got a better.
No, dude, you got so much grip. Just hold it here. There's heat here. You can hold it here all day.
Okay.
Just hold it back here, because the only reason you're really holding on tight is to just keep it from coming out of the thing. That's all.
Yeah, I thought if I held it higher up, it wouldn't move as much.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fan it off a little bit. I don't want to keep heat. I don't want to keep heat quenching them. I can just go take it outside. I can just go take my tools outside. Just wave it around outside and outside the door. It is like 25 degrees outside. Maybe. Facebook was blowing up earlier. Yeah.
I didn't see how many viewers were on Facebook Live when
I don't know if I could actually count them. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. That'd be fun, trying to shove it in there and just smash the lid. And that's it. She be quenched. This one came out pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with the shape. Well, actually, like the tool that I had, when I had that tool, I basically, everything I have here, most of the weird odd and end tools are all stuff that I found at like a Goodwill. So, like I have just miscellaneous like chipping gun heads. That's where like all these are from. They're just like chipping gun heads, or chisel heads that you'd use for like concrete or something like that. And the last one that I was just using to put this lip in, I just kind of reshaped it a little bit to work for me, and then I just kind of ground it down a little bit and then reheated it. Actually, I hammered it into this little corner of the anvil because it's got a little rounded area here. So I heated it and hammered it into there, and then I just quenched it so it's nice and hard. So, I mean, it is fun making little tools and stuff that you need, but sometimes buying tools, like if I wanted to make, actually I was trying to go on a tool making spree because there's a bolt right over there that I tried to make into a tool yesterday, and that didn't go very well. I tried to make a bolt into a hardy hole tool, and it didn't work very well. It worked okay, but I can just go buy one. So I don't know why I didn't just think about doing that. Sometimes it's fun to make your own tool when you need a little thing, but when you need a big thing, it's kind of a pain in the ass. All right, so I think we're going to stop with 3 of these for tonight, right? That sounds about fair?
Yeah, that sounds about fair.
Okay. So then I'll show you how to blue. I'll show you how to blue things.
Yeah.
How's that? Bluing's kind of cool.
Is it like a paint?
It's an acid. It's several acids all mixed into a bottle of death. Yeah, it's awesome. Good shit. Nice and toxic. This should be almost cooled off. All right, so once I pull this out of here, I'll take the forge apart. I should make something that would hold these together so I can like let it drip dry over something. Like even just drip drying like right here, if I just had something to hang this on so it would just drip dry. But, all right. Another U-bolt? I have to make sure it's like the perfect size and shit. All right, so I gotta get this. Oh man, that's loose as shit. Can you hold that up for me? Just, you can hang it over the oil if you want so it'll drip into there. No. It's fine. It's fine up there. Well, yeah, the Renaissance part of it is cool, and I enjoy doing that stuff. I do. It's fun doing all that too. But, sometimes there's a certain point, like, where it does make more sense just to get one. So, like, all this assembly that I have, like, all the pieces of stuff that go in the top of my forge burner, the hose, and all that, I could have went out and there's instruction manuals and, like, videos on, like, how to build one of these. You need the T-pipe. You need to drill a hole. You need to make sure it's tapped right, so I need a tap. Then you buy all these parts, and they all go together, and you have to make sure that that's right. And then you have a hose, a high-pressure regulator. All this stuff that I would have had to do to make sure it's perfect, and I don't want any leaks because it's fucking propane. I don't want any leaks. Or you just go online and buy one for $60. Like you said, I like the part of it where you're doing stuff yourself, and that is fun, and I get it. And I do, it is. It's fun to do that with certain things. Right, you can, but there's also the point where, there's the point where it's like, okay, where is it just not worth my time? Where is it, like, if I'm going to spend 20 hours making a thing, how much is my time worth?
Right.
You know, to just say, screw it, I'm ordering this. So, should be pretty cool.
What do you want next time around when you get it, when you build it?
Well, when I expand the,
Get a bigger one.
when I expand the fort, oh, it's
You'll
still
say,
hot down there.
"Screw it, I built it before."
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm pondering doing is like expanding it and doing that. But
I guess it depends on how big you want to.
well,
What else you want to.
or do I want to get exactly the same thing?
Right.
Because if I buy another one, I know it's going to work exactly the same. Oh, excuse me.
You'll be hammering, putting one away, and taking another one out, and keep going.
Well, I don't want to have two forges. I want to have a bigger forge. So that forge will get expanded so that I have two burners in there, and now I can heat longer things. This stupid thing is about as big as I can go. So 13 to 14 inches is about the biggest I can make.
And that looks bigger than the forge. Well, just about.
It almost is, yeah. But the problem is, as you heat something in there, as you dip it in, once it goes past the fire, it's cooling off. So,
Yeah.
so if I'm heating my fingers and running towards my elbow, and the fire is like at my chin, and I run it past like this, well, as my fingertips are out here now, they're cooling off. Then I have to bring it back, and now the elbow's cooling off. So with one burner on a long weapon, you're just never going to get it up.
The risk of cracking.
Well, it's not cracking. You're running the risk of warping it.
Right.
Because if you don't get an even heat on the whole blade, so if you pull that out and you pull out that blade and it's not the same color the whole way across,
Yeah.
and you dunk it in here, it's going to cool in one direction more than the other, and you'll get warps, and your shit will look like a potato chip. So I've learned a lot from Forged in Fire. Those guys are, they give you a lot of good information when you watch that channel. They really, really do. Some people think, oh, they can't teach you that much. No, they do. They teach you a lot on that channel. You just have to pay attention. Learn from the guys that are talking about it. Don't always just use, what the smiths are trying to do. Do what the guys that have been doing it for years, that are the master smiths and the judge, what they're saying is happening wrong. Because then you like, okay, I don't want to do that. Like the first thing I learned, one of the early shows, they showed the guy like how he heats his blade. You don't just lay your blade on its side in the forge. You hold it up and you hold it on the edge, at least on the edge, or any direction like up or down, so you're heating the blade in on both sides evenly. So if the burner's coming down this way and I'm heating a blade, if I'm holding it flat, this side of the blade's hotter. So the heat still has to transfer through. So if I'm heating this side of the blade, this side's hotter. So this side's going to cool differently, and the blade will go whoop. So when it cools, the whole blade will warp up.
Yeah.
But if you put it this way, the heat will be on this edge. So the heat's on the edge. The blade can't warp that way.
Right.
So it can if you do it really dramatic.
Yeah.
Like that's what a katana does. Sometimes what they do is they put clay on the back of the blade. So they'll clay the entire back of the blade, and when they dunk it, they usually dunk it in water. They don't even do it in oil. They dunk it in water. And that back edge is already cool, and the top is hot, so that's how it gets that curve. They don't grind that curve in. It gets that when they cool it. So that's, whatever. I've spent a lot of time learning all this stupid crap, and, for some stuff that I'm never going to be able to do. Like, I'm never going to be able to make a real katana in Japanese style and manner. God damn it, we did it again. Dennis!
Oh my God. Yeah,
Dennis!
I'm completely to blame on that.
God damn it, he was supposed to remind me to put my seal into it.
I can't, I got so into the.
It's all good. Next time, I'll figure it out one of these days. I have a Maker's Mark that I can put in my stuff, and these are probably the perfect project for it, but I keep forgetting to put said Maker's Mark into said projects. Because I can't put them on the knife, because if you put them in too early, you'll grind it off. If you put it in after you grind and you hit it, you're going to, if it's obviously hot, you're going to bend the knife. Right. So there's issues with putting them on that I don't want to do with a knife. Well, thank you, Skullbones. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'll catch you soon. Hopefully next week. Maybe I can get on Monday. So it'll be good catching you. So please hop in sometime. It's always good having everybody in here who comes back. So I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping in. I'll hopefully see you again real soon. I'm probably not going to be on too much longer. It is kind of late here. But I've been going for quite a while today. So there we go. So that's cleaned off a little bit. So what I need to do is I need to clean these off to some degree. So I'm going to go... oh, shit. The drill press isn't set up for this right now. I kind of want to hit this on the wire wheel. Oh, okay. Never mind. The drill press isn't set up for anything. So I have a wire wheel over here, and I apologize. This is not going to be good streaming quality stuff because I'm off camera again. But I need to wire wheel these to get them somewhat clean for the acid.
So where's the acid? Is that in a bucket?
No, it's in a little blue bottle. You were actually standing in front of it the whole time. There's a little blue bottle over on that shelf that is that is what I use. They actually use it for guns. It's a normal gun bluing. I forget what the name of the company is on there, but the little blue bottle, it's in one of the shelves. I think it's on the right side. But that's the standard issue gun bluing. Normally they use that. You can use it to, to touch up a gun if it gets dinged up and it starts to rust. You can fix it with that. This is not really taking anything off, so I think it's pretty safe to say the bluing is just going to bite on. So I'll show you how this is all done. It's actually a really cool process. It's very simple. This isn't doing anything. Screw it. Okay. So I'll bring this up on camera because it's kind of cool to watch. So let's see. It is right here. Hiding behind my shirt in case I get cold.
I'm thinking it's a spray bottle. I'm like, is it green?
Nah.
No, it's just a
Little
green
blue bottle.
Okay.
Little blue bottle called Birchwood Casey Super Blue because it blues things. It doesn't actually turn blue. It's going to turn it black.
See, I thought you had to dunk it in it.
Nah, you paint it on.
Dry.
Yep, paint it on. I mean, you could. Yeah, you could drop it in. If you had like little nuts and bolts, you could like drop them in the cup.
Now,
But
what's it normally used for?
guns.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's for
That's right,
bluing
you
guns.
said
You blew a gun with it because guns are not stainless steel either. So if you had a gun and you just had the moisture of the air, it would just done rust. Nothing but rust. So I also need the blue, purple gloves for this. The nitrile is the way to go. Otherwise, I don't really want that stuff on anything else. It's not too bad.
What happens if it gets on your hand?
I mean, you can get it off. You just get it under some cold water. No, it won't. It just reacts with the metal. You just want to get it off you because it is still an acid. I mean,
Right.
this thing's got a little skull and crossbones on here.
Yeah.
It says danger, poison, corrosive. So obviously drinking it's bad. I don't put it in a shot glass, but yeah, basically it's it's painted on. It's gonna blue it right up. It's gonna turn black, not blue. It's called a bluing, which is technically is what it's doing, but it's not actually gonna turn blue. It's gonna turn black. So you will see momentarily. It's very simple. Grab one right here. Wipe this off a little bit better in the inside here. But this will keep it so that it doesn't rust on people, so that they can keep it around. I mean, I'm sure the bluing might wear off a little bit eventually, but it's still going to be fine. So here's what it looks like before. You can see where it kind of kicked off some of so wherever it hardened, it kicks off the scale. So that's why the parts that are down here are not covered in scale because they didn't harden. So everywhere from down there, it doesn't harden. So shake this up a little bit. This is a simple procedure. I mean, this isn't like a oh, let me teach you how to do this. The instructions are right on the back of the bottle. It's very simple. You basically brush it on, wait 30 to 60 seconds, and then rinse it off. That's it. You rinse it off with cold water. It stops. So you're gonna see. Let me see if I can do this close enough to the camera here that you can see it and try to get the light on it. But here, Dennis can see. Oh, maybe it's not gonna blue it. Oh, wow. This is fighting. It's going to take a lot more of this to blue this stuff. Huh. Okay. I got to do this over this because I need a lot on this stuff. But you can see it's starting to kick in some spots. Some parts are really putting up a fight, though. Sorry, guys. I'm still a little congested.
What's it just going clear and once it dries?
Oh, no. It starts to... Now, this is actually taking longer than it usually does.
Yeah.
It usually turns black as soon as you brush it on. It may be...
I'm starting to see a change now on
Yeah.
lid.
Yeah, it may be because it's not really sanded down really well, and it might not be very clean steel. So, oh, I'm bluing my anvil. That's not good.
So how do I do this? Read the bottle.
That's it, yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. It's, well, I mean, like some things, it's like, oh yeah, let me be really instructional, about what I'm doing, and that's cool. I like doing that with you guys because it's fun. I like to make sure that I teach you guys stuff, and I try to be somewhat informative. So watch, you can see as I brush it on right here.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't take long, does it?
No.
And how long does it take to dry?
Oh, it doesn't. You don't want it to dry. I'm just gonna rinse it off in about 20 more seconds.
So once you rinse it off, it just.
Yeah, the cold water stops the acid.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna come back over here with a rag and rub it off my anvil because I fucking blued my anvil like an idiot.
Sometimes I may ask the same question twice. I just need things.
Okay.
Feed it to me.
It's all chemistry in here for sure. It's all chemistry. Oh shit! And I'm gonna have to go rinse that too. Okay, cool. So this is simple. I just rinse this off. Nothing special. Again, not really much to do there. And I gotta rinse this off. Now my brush got all filthy. And I need to get... I don't usually have my anvil out when I do this, so I got kind of sloppy and blued my anvil by accident. But, oh, it stinks too. There's sulfuric acid in here, so it smells like eggs. It fucking reeks. But now, what was once silver...
I like it.
So there you go. So what was once silver is now black all the way through. I mean, it's not like a thick, thick black, but it is enough to cover it and protect it from rusting. So I dry it off right now. I can put it by the forge for a couple seconds. That'll dry off any moisture. A lot of heat coming out of this thing. Especially out of a little smokestack on the top. Actually, that's doing a really good job of drying it off. Put it back in here for a couple seconds. Get all the moisture off. And there you go. Didn't get it too hot. Nope. There you go. That's what it looks like. There you go, folks. That's all it is. A little bit of bluing, and we're good. I'm going to do this one more time to this one.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, it's kind of hard. I mean, the light makes
No, you can see how black it is compared to the silver before. I mean, you could tell it was silver. I mean, I could do a second coat on there.
It's getting darker the longer I hold it.
It should be stopped by now that I rinsed it.
Just to get an idea.
Well, that thing's all scale. There's no hardening on that, so that never got the black coating on it. So, but the bluing is this simple. That's all it really is. I'm just now because I didn't clean it. That's probably why it's not taking as well.
Mm-hmm.
But normally, like once I grind a knife, I mean literally when I grind a knife and I rub this over like that, as the brush passes by, it's already turning black underneath.
Right.
So, is this stuff getting through the gloves? I feel a little tingle in my fingers. I'm starting to wonder if it's getting through the gloves.
Hope not.
I fucking hope not too. I feel some tingles in my hands. Maybe I should have left the leather gloves on. So, there we go. I'm going to let this sit on for a couple seconds.
The bottle says, do not use rubber gloves while doing this.
Just don't use anything. It's just don't use anything. Just don't use this.
Then underneath is a skull and crossbones.
There is one on there. There is a skull and crossbones on this thing. That tells you right there that this product is bad news. If you see a product that has a skull and crossbones printed clearly and visibly on the product, I think, and the caution words that are on, the word caution that's on there is bigger than most everything else. Even I think it's bigger than the name of the company on the front. There we go. Rinse it with cold water. We are done. Look at that. Some bad shit, man. I got bluing all over this because I'm smart.
Gluing up the anvil.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not what I want to do. I don't need to acid etch my anvil. Oh, it stinks. Ugh. Oh, it smells like sulfur. It smells like fart. I hope it's that, not Dennis.
No, it's definitely not.
Dennis coming into my forge and just bombing me. That's fucking great.
What do you think
Real
took me so
classy,
long to
Dennis.
get- What do you think took me so long to get over here?
Well, you didn't have to share that with the viewers, Dennis. I'm sure they didn't care that much. Dry it off.
I was cleaning.
Yeah, okay, there we go. What's that? I do like the blued knives. The blued steel does, it protects it because not a lot of people know how to care for a regular non-stainless steel knife. Because they don't realize that as soon as you're done using it, you have to immediately clean it, wash it, dry it, put it away, or else it will rust. And that's just the way it is. That's the way of the non-stainless steel blade.
Did you blue this one too?
I did not, but it doesn't look like it needs it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looked pretty.
Yeah, because I don't think I heated it up. I didn't heat it as much, so all that scale didn't come off.
Yeah.
So when you heat it up too much, you get that, you know.
Right.
I didn't brush it either, though, to be honest, so I could see. Rub some of this off of here. Oh yeah, she's fine. It's not coming off. I think I figured out what I'm gonna do for our white elephant for Christmas this year. I think this would be a fair present. I think somebody's gonna want it. Maybe not this one. I'll pick a nice one.
Yeah, they may be fighting over it.
I would hope so. I'll be sure to let you guys know because that's Christmas Eve, I think. Well, Christmas Eve and Christmas I have them, so I might be able to do for both. That'd be cool.
Put it in a giant box and just keep.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that.
Them open up smaller boxes.
No, I did that. I did that 2 years ago. My mom used to have a Christmas party with all the people from her work, and I did that. It was like a decent sized box, and it was fucking 15 boxes deep. It was like this big, and I went 15 boxes deep.
I was thinking 3 or 4.
No, I went 15 boxes. So it was from one box, and the next box was slightly smaller, which was slightly smaller, all the way fucking down, all these little boxes to a fucking gift card. Oh man, I felt so bad too because the lady that was there was somebody that like I didn't know. There was a lot of people there that I would have rather gotten it because it's like, oh, I know this person.
Yeah.
But this lady had like just started working there. I didn't know her, and I felt like really bad.
So embarrassed.
No, she wasn't embarrassed. I felt like shit. I was like, oh no, like this poor lady. So there we go. We got 3 finished Railroad Spike bottle openers. They're all different. I mean, that's kind of cool too because they're all different. So they're all got that handmade look. I didn't actually test this guy yet. Probably should have done that. Let's put this back on this mics. Just twist it off there. I'm gonna put the mics right here. We're gonna open. You want to open it? We'll pop one open. Go ahead.
Actually, you know what? No, I want to make a video in slow motion of you doing
You want to slow? It's not. There's not much to it because it's not really. It's a twist off, so it just pops right off.
On slow mo, and we are ready.
Oh, see, it's not very exciting because it's a twist off.
You wanna do it
But it works. Nah, it's fine. But it does work. No, this is for principle. I mean, regardless, it gets under there and it works. So that's the thing, you know, because these twist offs, they come off too easy.
Bam.
If it's a, we'll do it with another one. Well, you know what? That's actually perfect because we can. I can do this in slow mo. We can do another one, but we got 3. You know, so again, they are for sale, folks. If you are interested in buying one, please let me know. Just go grab 3 beers. All my beers are twist off though. I don't have any beers in the house. I don't drink.
I do.
He drinks. So, but there's 3 of them. They're all different. Every single one of them is a little bit different. I really like these. I'm really falling for these. Actually, I designed all of them. Oh, this one's different. Yeah. I'm really happy though. I'm absolutely happy with these. That they all came out. You know, that's what's so cool because this is my first time doing this, and all 3 of them worked. Like, that was my biggest worry today, was like the side was going to blow out.
They came out
Or-
really good. I'm really surprised.
I am
For
too.
your first time doing it, well, you know what? All those knives that you made too, I'm sure.
It did help with managing the steel, because I've learned how to manage the steel, but but doing
Once
this,
you know how to work the metal.
yeah, it does
You
help.
know.
Right. If this was the first thing I'd ever done, I probably would have been a little bit flummoxed, because I wouldn't know how to shape on the horn. Because like I said, I know that when I'm working on the steel,
Yeah.
if a section is, like I said, when there was a spot that was thicker, you would think, okay, that spot's thicker. What would you do? Well, you don't realize that that's the spot you have to work more.
Right.
Now that that spot's thicker, I have to work that more and thin it out. Hey, Flick Police, how you doing? Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the follow, sir. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing. I apologize. You are just hopping in at the very, very end of the stream. I've been on for 4 hours at this point. Holy shit. I've been on for 4 hours, but with help from my friend Dennis here, we finished 3 Railroad Spike bottle openers. So these bad boys are, from Germany. Awesome. Thank you, sir. So it's really late for you. It's probably about 3 in the morning in Germany, I think. So
Really? Holy shit.
yeah, it's about 3 in the morning. This is why I try to get on earlier so I can catch my European viewers. So I do try to get on 6 p.m. my time, so probably about 11 p.m. your time. So 4 hours. Well, 4 hours ago. Okay, 4. Oh, right, because you guys don't have daylight savings time. So they're 6 hours ahead right now. So I normally try to get on 4 hours before now. So usually Tuesdays and Thursdays I do try to hop on. So if you'd like to come see what we're going to be doing, probably going to be working on some blades and stuff. Probably not this Tuesday because it's Christmas Eve here. But next Thursday I will be on. I've got some blades to grind. We have 2 cool blades that I want to do. We've got a sheep's hoof blade, which is going to get cut off about where my hand is. So we've got a big old sheep's hoof knife to start grinding down. Which actually this thing came out really flat. I got this edge really nice.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a sheep's hoof, a little bit of touch up on the grinding up there.
Really straight too.
Yeah, I got it
Can't wait to
really
see how
straight.
that comes out.
And then we did a smaller competition chopper, which again is going to get cut off right about where my hand is. And this is going to get all ground down and hopefully turn into a decent blade. It's not as straight. There's a little bit of a wiggle right about there, but I can grind that out. And so yeah, these are a couple of the things that are going to happen next week. Probably do more of these. I could have a bucket of these things.
I was gonna say make a whole box of them.
Yeah, I mean these are great. So, but yeah, we have. If you're in Germany, here's something that might interest you, which is the bottle openers for the Railroad Spike bottle openers. So if you know anybody who loves railroad stuff and drinks beer, which, well, if you're in Germany, I would assume that's everybody. I mean, it's a safe guess, just saying. But I'm making these things, so if you are interested, please let me know. But thank you for hopping in. I appreciate it. I am going to have to get rolling. It is. I have been on here for 4 hours. I forget what sitting down feels like. So, but really, thank you. This is my buddy Dennis. He's going to be hopefully on some streams once in a while. Maybe we can get some more stuff done. We can kick some ass.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So when I need his help, especially doing these, it is useful to have an extra person to punch holes in these things.
I'll bring
Cause
the beer.
yeah, Dennis can bring.
Beer and bottle openers.
That's what we'll do as we do these things. We'll get here early, so as we do one, Dennis has to open a beer with it to test it. Then he drinks said beer, so the projects will get more interesting.
We make.
You know what? That would be a really cool charity stream.
And then I'll probably be trash, but it'll be a great time doing it.
That would be a really fun charity stream.
Yeah.
If we did like a 12-hour charity stream, like one day.
You know what? Let's see how long I can last.
Well, 12 beers over 12 hours.
12. Well, you'd be
We
surprised.
did about one an hour. I mean, we did one an hour,
Yeah.
so as long as you're eating something in the process, it's not too bad. So it took me 2 hours to do the first one because hammering it out, Dennis learned here, hammering out these holes and stuff by myself is tough. So having the assistance and having things, if I don't have all the tools I need, having him here to help me with that stuff is good, because otherwise I have to hold the knife down, or not the knife, but the spike down with the chain, and that's uncomfortable. And it's just, so having somebody just there to hold it, that's all he's doing, is just holding the tongs and holding the thing, and it cut a half hour to 45 minutes off of the thing.
Felt like we made it in
So
20 minutes.
yeah, it really was. I mean, it was an hour, but you know,
Yeah.
it's not too bad. So we did good. And so yeah, really, thank you guys for whoever's been hanging out. If you've been here the whole time and you're still here, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, guys. But again, I will not be streaming on Tuesday because it's Christmas Eve. You shouldn't be expecting me to be. You should be with your family, hopefully. But other than that, really, guys, have a safe holiday. I may be on Monday, though. So otherwise, though, have a safe holiday. Everybody be careful. And I will either see you Monday or Thursday next week. Everybody, have a good one. Take care.